All right, and we are live, and I have managed to mute myself the actual before I actually start hearing myself in my headset. We're already ahead the ball game, everyone. So let's see. So just for a little heads up, this is going to take place a little bit afterwards. I'll go into the details as far as a little bit of the aftermath of what happened from your last adventure, and we will get into what is going on now. Um, I see my players starting to show up in the viewership. Excellent, excellent.
Uh, do we have the link?
I
Uh,
I put it in the group chat.
Maybe we do.
oh, for the video? Yeah, for the Twitch stream.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, cool.
Just make sure you mute the video or you'll be giving us
Awesome.
really interesting feedback.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to make sure that Stream Elements is trying to behave today, because that is always a fun thing when your bot, specifically for managing stuff, decides not to manage a damn thing.
By the way, I did quickly turn on the video and I do hear your voice, so
Sweet.
sound check is good.
All right. Did I need to have anything going automatically? Custom commands. All right. Well, here's hoping that this all starts going regularly. Bits request is on. And let's go live with some faces. Well, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the TTRPG Theater for our second installment of the Embers of Empire campaign. And I am lucky to have, well, at the moment it's four. It's going to be five later this afternoon. You can see that poor Thraskin does not have a face other than the little guy standing in the corner, looking longingly, waiting for his player to arrive. I will be playing the part of Thraskin in the meantime while we wait for the player to show up. But DM's Quest, Vivi, it's so good to see you. Good late morning. So yeah, for those of you who were around, and that is awesome, fantastic news about the St. Jude stream. I'll be talking about that in just a little bit. For those of you around in October for Virtual GreyhawkCon, the players you see here were all part of my Virtual GreyhawkCon stream. You will definitely be picked. I promise you that much. Oh boy, it's excellent. I've already got people going for this. And good afternoon, Roll for Perception, Dirty Dwarf. Good to see you all. So the last time out, our characters who were part of a relatively new organization, trying to rebuild essentially the guild that they are in, and I can't believe of all the things that I forgot to find, that was one of them.
The name of our guild?
Yeah, I'm having a day. This is what happens when you have a really, really bad cold just before you're trying to get everything all together. more on the guild as
Well,
soon
I
as
think that you were looking for us. They were we were members of the newly reestablished Company of the Sundered Shield
company the
Adventuring
Sundered Shield.
Company,
There we go. That's what.
based out of the wonderful town of Relmod.
Actually, no. You
Oh, we're
are
not?
you are stationed out of Ragby on the
Ragby.
southern coast of.
Ragby with a W?
Yep. Good morning, Lord Gazumba, or good afternoon. Honestly, it is a few minutes after noon. So, yeah, it is the company of the Sundered Shield, out of Ragby on the southern coast of Nyrond. The year is it is late in the year, common year 623. For those of you who are keeping score, and I know you are. Uh, the party, in the interest of trying to help reestablish the company of the Sundered Shield, had taken on a journey to a small town to the west called Pellis, where there was rumors that turned out to be kind of true, that they were being plagued by the machinations of a witch. Um, the party was able to successfully capture the witch, was able to successfully keep anyone from dying, including people that the witch had taken prisoner, and well, they were kind of rewarded for their job, the good job that they had done. As such, they had accumulated some treasure, and found themselves with time off, waiting for their next adventure. And the time for that is now. But before we begin, there's a couple of announcements I'd like to make. Um, I have already posted this in my Discord. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to uh, get a view as to what's going on, as most of you who are in this community know, in February every year, the Greyhawk community um, run a fundraiser for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, that is organized by Jay, Lord Kazamba. I've been honored to be a part of the featured streams for the last couple of years. However, this year, due to some scheduling requirements, the fundraiser is happening earlier this year. It's happening the first weekend in February, for which I will not be around. After talking to Jay, I am going to be doing some stuff early. The weekend before, I will be running 3 streamed games. There will be 2 games on Saturday, and 1 game on Sunday afternoon. It's gonna be like Saturday right around this kind of time frame. It might be like 11 o'clock. Saturday evening, and then Sunday is going to be an afternoon game as well. Uh, I am looking for players. I have people who've already expressed interest. Thank you, Vivi, for being the latest to express interest. And one thing I am going to say is I will be matching all donations made during the course of those 3 streams up to $3,500. So if
Wow.
we raise $3,000, I'll be giving $3,000. Be donating $3,000 of my own. If we hit the $3,500 mark, which is the cap that I'm putting in, I will add an extra 500 to it. So I'll be donating 4,000 at that point. I am very much looking forward to giving the money. So I am hopeful that people will join in. They'll donate, and we'll have a great weekend. And Jay just posted that the goal for this year is 25,415. If we hit the mark that I said exactly, we'll be $7,500 into that 25,000 before the actual full-on weekend, with all these streams. And I know Jay will be having all that information going out soon with the different streams that are involved and who's going when. But yeah, that'll be $7,500 if we hit those numbers, maybe even more. Let's see where the numbers go to, and it'll be get that much closer to beating last year's goal. I believe it. Before we there's that. I also like to point out that I am currently working with an artist for some new artwork with regards to these streams. I we just started the discussion, so I don't want to share much more than that now. Let's just say, for those of you who've been around, it's an artist that you're probably pretty familiar with. They do fantastic work. So those discussions have just begun, and hoping to see some elements of it, within the next couple of months. We'll see depending on timing and their availability. Let's get started by introducing our players. And we're going to go by their character names. We do have one player who will be joining us later, which is going to be a lot of fun because I'm going to need to redo the overlays, but what the hell. Uh, let's start at the top. Hans, who are you and tell us about your character?
Uh, my name is Hans Grubenmeier or Grubenschlager, and I am a failed human wizard from a guild, and I was kicked out. So I've been roaming the countryside looking for adventures, and I found this group, and they're very nice. And we just killed some witches.
Uh,
It's very exciting.
Very excited to have you, Hans. Next up, we've got Lagamundo.
I'm Lagamundo. I'm a wicked smart thief from the slums of Rel Mod. I joined this group of adventurers because I want to make a name for myself. I'm also practiced in pugilism. I'm and I'm a workout fanatic. I'm a monk thief.
Excellent. Next up, we have Leaf.
I am Leif Cronus. I am a druid who battles and works with the primal forces of nature. I am a half-elf, long shaggy blonde hair, some gray streaking, some worn armor. At an early age, my mother taught me of the power of nature in a vale far east of Nyrond. And I was born in what has always been a war-torn land and learned early that though might may not always make right, it's might that wins the day.
All right. And then we have Sal.
Sal is an elf wizard. He grew up in Hardbeat. Kind of was actually a wizard on the streets, as even as an elf, he kind of he was looked enough like a human that was able to mix in with humans on the streets, and he was able to kind of craft his art by becoming part of a wizard guild within the city of Harby, and now he's out on his own looking for adventure.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So, um, it is getting to be late in the year. The We're coming up on Need Fest within a couple of weeks. The winds of winter have not quite kicked in, but the air has grown cold. There's definitely a chill. One does not wander about, out of doors or overland without taking the proper precautions. With that in mind, you find yourself being summoned to an odd location. Talks with one of the commanders of the guard for the city of Ragby, a man by the name of Gerald,
With a G or a J.
with a G, with a G.
I'm learned in letters.
The more interesting thing is the fact that the location takes place in the back room of a tavern. Uh, uh, Gerald, as you all arrive, the Gerald looks at the lot of you and says, "Please, have a seat. We will have drinks brought in. Um, I, I'm hoping you'll be able to help us out. I realize that um, the powers that be are not. I apologize for the kind of hush hush nature of this, but the powers that be are still a little reticent on the use of adventuring companies, and well, let's just say some of us heard of the good work that you did with regards to the witch, and it appears uh, that has made some waves. And while those in charge are still not thrilled, those of us who do the work of protecting the people, we are a little more interested in any help that you might be able to provide. Um, and as he says that, a couple of uh, the servers come in and bring in mugs and pitchers of ale, and even a bottle of wine or two that they put down on the table as he gestures for you all to sit.
I'll have a sit.
Okay. Uh, Jill says, we've been getting, as you may know, there's been some issues, especially as the winter approaches, with banditry. It's always a concern, especially along the trade routes. You know, we uh, these groups that live off the land and prey off the people that live here. They need to find their own resources for the coming winter. Um, it has taken a particularly bad turn this winter. We have received word from where is it? I have it. From the town of Felton, uh, which, being from the area, you know it's really the next major town along the eastern road, though inland, not along the coast. On the way to Old Red, which is the next major city. Um, it appears that they have not received any supplies as of late coming from the east, and they're growing concerned. Their foodstuffs are growing low. Felton, being in the hilly region, they are not able to provide for much of for themselves. So they're very, very dependent on the trade. And unfortunately, what little guard that they have is not at all equipped to deal with bandits. They do what they can to protect the town from any incursions, but they do not have the people to spare. And he sighs. I'm afraid we've been unable to convince the mayor of the need to send our own forces to check. And while appeals may be made to Realm Ward for assistance, that would be weeks away, and we may not have that long, or at least the people of Felton do. And if they're not receiving supplies, it is only a matter of time before we start having issues. The only thing saving us is, well, being a seafaring town, we have other ways of getting supplies in, even if the roads were closed due to banditry.
So you're looking for the company, the Sundered Shield, to investigate the cause of this banditry?
Investigate, if possible, eradicate. Um, we have we have reason to believe that um, they're operating not all that far from the town, maybe within miles. Um, east of Felton, the road eventually splits, going both north and then south or west, not west, east southeast towards Oldred. And that is approximately where it comes out of the hills. So somewhere between that area and the town is likely where the bandits are operating. Excuse me for a moment.
And you discovered this through your own investigation? Are there any here who have actually encountered these bandits?
Unfortunately, no. We've had reports of some of the wreckage of one or two of the uh, shipments that failed to arrive. There's been some reports of the those slain having been seen among the wreckage. It looks to be standard weaponry type: swords, axes, arrows. There possibly might be a spellcaster, but we have not been able to confirm, and I have not heard from somebody that I trust with that to be able to provide that information.
What about hoof prints? They riding horses?
Uh, it looks like at least some of them are riding horses. We can confirm that there is a mixture of humans and possibly some humanoids. We've had some hint of fur, though unclear whether from an animal or some type of humanoid.
Well, that helps.
Do they have a total number, approximate number?
There we go. One of the groups, as far as one of the caravans that failed to make it through, it did look like they had some protection. There was it looked to be 6 men at arms along with them, and they still fell.
That bodes
I apologize.
ill
I've
for
had a
us.
cold, and my voice is kicking in on me, or kicking
Going
back
around. So there have been no survivors, only mishappened victims.
Correct. No survivors that we are aware of so far.
There are too many questions surrounding this.
And too many bandits surrounding this.
We have managed through discussions with some of the trade unions to put together a reward for you. We have a reward of 250 gold piece, 250 gold coins. If you were able to bring in the bandit leader alive, it would be raised to 300. But they're not asking you to go to any extreme measures to bring him in alive. It would just be a small bonus in order to make an example of him. Is the word that I've received.
I understand.
What can you tell us of the terrain where these bandits are supposedly hidden?
Pretty unforgiving. The road through Felton and beyond is rocky, hilly terrain. There is some grassland, but mixed here and there. The tree cover is very, very rare. You'll find pockets of it, but otherwise there's a lot of cold open road. So there, if you do manage to find an area where there's grassy terrain and the possibility of some cover, you might well have found your location. There's not a lot of hospitable places out there for them to hole up.
And do we know how far out from Felton these attacks occurred?
Our best guess is within a day or two of Felton.
Okay, so still pretty far.
Yes, it's there. they've taken great pains to make sure that it from my reading of it and from the reports that I've received, it sounds like they've taken great pains to make sure that the forces in Felton are not anywhere close in order to be able to provide any support.
Would it this is just as an idea, but would it be possible for us to recruit a few people to pose as a very vulnerable kind of low hanging?
If you are able to, however, we do not have extra coin to provide for that, so that would need to come from your expenses.
I'm not sure if we still have Hans.
I'm thinking we don't.
Either that or he's really good at holding a pose.
That's right.
That looks like a sneeze about to happen.
Someone already cast hold person on him.
Damn it. They've got us already.
That's what we're actually dealing with right now.
It's the townspeople.
That's right. The townspeople have cast hold person on Hans.
Ladies should be back here in a minute. Welcome back.
He's performing some
I
wizard.
hope that didn't screw everything up. I didn't do anything. It just
No. We got
no.
your intent. They said there wasn't funding available to support that. It would come out of our own pockets if we were to do it.
okay.
So we're looking at going northeast into the Felt Hills by road. It's they're not getting the shipments you're sending out, right?
That is correct.
Is there a caravan set to go out soon?
We don't actually have one. However, there is I did receive word that sometime within the last 2 weeks, a shipment was supposed to be coming from the north. So there is the possibility that they are closing within the target area now. That I cannot confirm that though. I'm just going by what they were telling me of the regular shipping schedule. That's assuming that the shipment decided to leave knowing the dangers ahead.
Well, let's go then.
Rob, do we still have mounts from the previous mission that we were on?
Yeah, you have light riding mounts.
Well, tally ho.
All right. So
He said, yeah, rocky terrain.
he says, when you've completed the mission, come back and send word for me, and I will see you paid. Good luck and good hunting.
Hold on, I have a standard Sundered Shield Adventuring Company form for you to fill out here.
Right, fill out that contract.
Yes.
I need a signature that says you're on the hook for this. Otherwise, we take care of your banditry problem and you come back and you say, "Who are you? I'd never heard of you. Goodbye."
Fair enough. He takes the contract. He says, I assume you have a quill and ink?
I do. Initial here and here.
And quickly jots down.
Standard form.
You assume no liability here, but you are on the hook for, as written here, 250 gold pieces of the realm of Nyrond after taxes, and 50 additional for the delivery of the leader of this banditry alive after taxes. So you take care of the taxes on your end.
Fair enough.
Otherwise, he speaks with our enforcers, right?
Thank you very much. I sprinkle some salt on it and roll it up and stuff it in a scroll tube. We will do what we can to take care of your banditry problem.
He actually looks moderately impressed that you had a contract ready to be signed.
Yeah, I had to go to training for that.
But there's a possibility that that look on his face might be of a reassurance that you may all know what you're doing after all.
It's the Sunded Shield will take care of your problem.
Level 5 lawyer right there. Oh man, yeah, he's already multi-class dirty dwarf. He doesn't need any more classes.
He's charging you 500 copper pieces a minute here. So
I'm wicked smart.
All right. So yeah, you take off from Rugby, and within about, I guess it's about a day and a half or so, you find yourself in Felton. Again, it's the further that you traveled from the coast and traveling up in the hilly areas, and you're at a little bit of elevation here. Not anything extreme, but with the winter months, it's enough to notice that the cold, the chill in the air has led to the ground in places being covered by frost, especially in the morning. The road to Felton itself seemed pretty quiet. There wasn't much going on. There honestly, you really didn't see much in the way of travel between the two towns. There was no one headed from Felton to Rugby, and you didn't pass anyone else on the way. Whether that's a sign of the coming end of year and people just deciding to prepare for the coming festival, or whether it is due to the temperatures and not wanting to be caught out on the open road, is hard to tell.
And we saw no track of any sort on the way here.
Nothing that stood out. Nothing beyond the ground is cold and hard. Whatever tracks there are look like they've been solidified and possibly there for a while now.
And with Leif's knowledge of nature, what type of creatures might we encounter in this area?
Give me an intelligence check.
A lore check instead?
Yeah, you can give me a lore check. Yeah, I'll
I
take
can
that.
tell you free of charge we might meet bandits.
Guaranteed. That's not going to be no bueno. That's a 3.
I mean, just general knowledge. There's always the chance of any of the types of like mountain lions. Not sure about wolves. You're not much of a wooded area, and there's not a heck of a lot of hunting here. You're probably maybe possibly a bear or two. But your main concern probably in terms of predators of the normal variety would be something like a mountain lion or a cougar or something of that nature. Felton is very, very subdued when you arrive.
So we got all the way to Felton without running into any caravan or anything coming. Did we see
No.
any wreckage of any?
No, remember the concern is on the far side of Felton.
Okay. Oh, I thought it was between Rugby and Felton.
No,
You're talking about stuff coming from Oldred or
coming from Oldred or coming from the north.
the north?
Because
Okay.
once you get
Got
beyond
it.
Felton, after like another 2 or 3 days journey by horse, the road continues east towards Oldred, and then there's also the road going north, just basically heading north deeper into the kingdom. It's also where it comes out of the hilly area, so you get to more of the grasslands.
Is there any place nearby to gear up a little bit more considering the cold weather?
Felton is large enough to have a general shop as well as a couple of fur traders available if you wish to get something a bit heavier.
Yeah, I don't know about anybody else. I would like to investigate that. Some warmer clothing just in case we have to journey a bit far off the standard path here.
Is there any constabulary or other military type officials here in Felton?
Uh, as a matter of fact, Felton does have a town constable. If the you find that building in pretty much center, almost dead center of town.
Well, we will make a stop there. I would like to hear a little bit of somebody who seems to be a little closer to the action.
Uh, a tall man with a rather sizable and also a rather gray handlebar mustache
Oh, excellent. Very, very good.
is sitting behind a desk as you walk in, grumbling, filling out what seems to be an inordinate amount of paperwork. And does not look like he is in any way, shape, or form enjoying himself while doing so. He puts the papers down and looks up at you and says, almost pleased to find somebody to interrupt what he's going through, and says, "Yes, yes. What? Oh, how can I help you?"
Paperwork never ends, eh?
Blasted the damn bandit thing, trying to get help, trying to get supplies.
That's where we come in, friend. We are representatives of the Sundered Shield Adventuring Company, and we have been asked by your friend, Gerald, down in Ragby, to investigate this banditry you speak of.
Ah, you've spoken to Gerald, eh? Well
Aye.
then, please. Can I get you something?
Water.
Water? I mean, I do have coffee. If you'd
Coffee's good too. Coffee's good.
like.
It's water with beans in it.
And you see, he goes to the small fireplace, that small hearth that they have built into, and takes a pot, and bring from the fire, and brings it over and says, wait, you're going to want to let it cool just a bit, but it's freshly made, so I hope you enjoy, and pours cups of coffee for any who request it.
Excellent. Tell us what you know of the banditry. Maybe you've got a little more information than Gerald did.
I know they've been a right nuisance. I can tell you that much. We haven't been properly supplied in. Oh, it's must be 3 weeks now. We've anything that has come through has been basically merchants who have had nothing but maybe themselves and their horse. Any type of wagon. We haven't seen a wagon load of supplies. Oh,
So you
Hey.
have come. Go ahead.
no, please. It's been right frustrating. That's all.
These attacked caravans, you found the wreckage and remains of them. Yes, you've known where they took place.
Uh,
Was it before or after the fork between the north and the south, or between the east and the north?
it was before the fork. It is about approximately the closest one any caravan has gotten was within about 2 days journey from here.
So
Too far.
are they hitting you before they converge into the common road to Felton? In other words, are they hitting you on two different roads?
No,
or are
no,
they
no, no.
wait on the converged road?
They are hitting on the converged road.
Okay, so that's helpful. So if we reach the fork, we've probably reached the limits of their activity.
By the way,
So we're still looking into the northeastern part of the Felt Hills here, right?
it would seem that way.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. We are mounted, and Are you aware of any supply caravans that are incoming, or have you lost touch with those who could tell you such things because of this banditry?
Well, I assuming that the caravan decided to make the attempt, we were expecting another one within sometime within this coming week. Uh, I do not. We have not had any word as far as to the status as to whether the caravan ever actually left to to arrive here, and what their current situation might be if they did so.
Do you have any other information that could be useful?
Uh, well, uh, let's put it this way: we do know that one of the caravans had a small group of men at arms capable. Uh, I've been told pretty capable, and it did not save them. The men at arms were killed to a man, and the caravan itself was ransacked. So whoever they are definitely as dangerous as they are, well, a nuisance to say the least.
Was
Very
the
understandable.
were you able to recover any of the bodies, and so that you could see how they were killed?
Uh, we did recover some of the bodies. There are signs of standard weaponry. We've seen sword wounds, some axe wounds, a couple of arrows, um, eh, some other stuff that we haven't been able to account for. But and there may have been some animals with them. We don't know if it was dogs or not, but there is some signs of animals, and we also, to be fair, we're not sure whether that was before or after the attack took place.
Okay.
It with the winter coming, the wildlife out there is not being nearly as picky with regards to their food sources.
And bandits oftentimes are hired, and so is there anything further that your city or town has been going through where there's some type of political enemies or something where your town is been having a problem with other people?
I've thought about that, and the most I can come up with is we are, in terms of overland trade routes, we are the one town between two major cities. Um, so eh, basically, shutting down this trade route forces everything to the sea. Uh, who would benefit from that? I do not know. You always hear whispers. There's always whispers of, but it's hard to tell what's a conspiracy theory versus somebody who might actually know things. It's things, life in the kingdom has not been easy these past years. There's been so much unrest, and I thought we were finally getting back to a place where things were calming down again. But God's bless him, the king is growing older, and there's the growing uncertainty of what happens. Should he pass? Not that there's any immediate concern about that. I do not wish to give that impression. It's just you worry about these things when you get to be my age.
So is there no local lord who offers your town protection in return for taking your taxes for the king?
Um. Uh,
This is
well.
how a feudalism works. Are you all free towns?
Uh. For the most part, I mean, we are able to try to protect our own. This is all happening in kind of no man's land, as it were. It's theoretically the Duke of Cornfloss would be responsible, but I cannot speak to what is happening there and why we have not had more assistance.
Understood. I just know that if we were to draw this area up on a map and show it to the king, he would be able to tell us which of his many men was in charge of this area. And then we would say, well, what about the problem in that area? Okay, the Duke of Cornflask, very good.
Uh, and he said, looks around, almost as if he's mildly concerned about something, and he says, I have to admit something. We are maybe a week's journey from the Almorian Protectorate, and there are rumors. I try to stay away from rumors, but I cannot deny the fact that there are rumors of rumblings of unhappiness coming from the east. They've grown more restless of late. Um, I still think we're too far from that border for it to be the cause, but I just wonder how much that plays into it, since the Duke's territory does border on it. Whether it's a cause of his inaction, seeming inaction, or whether there are other things at play.
That's a very astute observation. Protect protect Potentially there are Almorian independents who wish to fund up their activities through illicit means amongst those who are not Almorians.
Or at the very least, uh, keep the Duke's attention elsewhere, whether intentionally or not. But then again, he says, I was a soldier for 10 years, and you start to try to think as your commanders do, and, well, our commanders were taught to suspect everything.
Well, what with the king's brother, I could see where that would be a problem. All right. Well, very good. Thank you for this extra information.
It is my pleasure. Please, I am very, very thankful that you have come to our aid, and
My uh
I wish you good hunting.
my guild brothers here. Any other questions you might have for our loyal constable?
Could you perhaps spare a wagon and a few men?
I can spare a wagon. How many men do you need?
Anyone?
I don't know. I was hoping to appear to not be a convoy as to not draw them out.
All right, we'll consider that instead.
I was hoping that we could meet up with a convoy on the road and join in their protection after they have perhaps already been sized up by these bad guys.
Oop, my bad. Accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. I need my own wrong mouse but wrong button. Yeah, I mean, I can spare a couple of men. Well, I guess the first question is, do you need them to be combat types, or are you just looking for a ruse?
What's the thought? Do we take him up on this?
I could go either way.
I agree that maybe we should work with his men's theory that the Almorian Guard are a concern. Or, like you said, meet up with the caravan. Hopefully on the road there. I asked him to dismiss that thought that I had. I was just curious as to what was available in the town.
Okay. Um, yeah, I mean, in terms of if there are supplies that you need, uh, they're actually willing to offer in terms of like some heavier clothing, some coats, not the greatest of quality, but the type will keep you warm while you're on your travels.
Definitely
And
take him up on that opportunity.
yeah, if you a wagon is easy enough. Um, actual men at arms will be difficult. But if you did want to bring a couple of people, however, uh, there is a question of payment. Not so much for them going, because the people that they have in mind are people who would have vested interest in the caravans resuming and being able to get through. However, if they were to die on this trip, there would be some kind of restitution that would need to be made to their families.
If we were to go that route, I would have stationed one as a driver and made dummies to station on the wagon to make it look like there were more men.
Okay, so you're not going that route?
Not going that route.
All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to do in town?
I'm good.
Are there any cougars in town?
Laura stares at you for a moment.
I had to work with Jay on that one. Sorry.
I saw Jay's comment on that.
So, just a quick question. Do we is it winter? Are we all full on winter? Are we gonna like experience like do we need like snowshoes or any kind of like winter equipment in case like
The winter snows have not started yet. However, it is getting towards late in the year. Uh, the weather itself, so far, the weather that you've experienced, it's been a brisk, rather brisk cold. The winds have not been terrible. The skies actually have been pretty clear. If nothing else, you've had good visibility. It's just that the sun, as happens during the winter time, does not seem to be offering nearly as much warmth as the brightness of it would suggest it should be.
okay. And did we agree that we are gonna get a wagon? Or but just not a driver? Like one of us can drive the wagon, can we? Or is that just gonna be a big encumbrance? Otherwise, I mean, like the only issue I would say is that perhaps we need to just be prepared for a massive snowfall. But if you guys are okay with us just going out, then I say let's just go out and get it done. You know?
Yeah, we're going to go as far as the crossroads, and if we don't meet anything, we'll hang out there and wait for a caravan that reaches it,
Okay.
and then join them for additional protection. Hopefully, they've been sized up by then, and they would not be expecting us to join them.
Perfect. So my vote is that we take off.
Let's be off. Yes.
Yep. Sal agrees.
And you had mentioned a week's journey at least towards the Elmorian.
Yeah, to the Almorian border, yeah, it's about a week's journey. It's beyond. It's actually beyond the city of Aldred. So,
Are we provisioned well enough with food and water to make this kind of a journey right now?
provisions. He says provisions we can handle. We can provide you with what you need.
Right. Stock up.
As a matter of fact, if you don't want a wagon, he offers to send a pack horse with you. He just asks that, assuming that the horse survives the journey, that you return it when on your way back in.
Anyone willing to do that instead? Or would you want to go with the wagon instead as an alternate?
I'd
Wagon
rather
will
have a
make the
pack
terrain.
horse.
Yeah, I think the pack
A
horse will be
wagon's
better.
going to definitely attract a bandit, and I'm hoping that we can join up with an already established group rather than draw them out into
And if
a
we have
full
to
attack on us.
leave the road, considering the terrain, the pack animal will probably do better.
Yeah, and if they have a spellcaster, I'm afraid they might hit us with something disabilitating like a sleep spell right off the bat. And with a small group, I think we would be extremely prey to that.
All right. So in that case, you've got your supplies. You've got your the at least the pack horse to carry those supplies. And you have your horses. You're basically heading out of Felton.
Yes, sir. We thank the constable for all of his assistance and hope that we can bring his problem to a stop.
Lars stands up as you and he says, I wish you good hunting, and I wish I was able to join you. My body might decide otherwise after a night out on the open road and the cold out there, but unfortunately journeying like this is something of a young man's game. And why am I...
Very good. We get the pack horse with provisions and our new warm clothing and head out down the road towards Uldred and parts northwest.
As you head further towards, starting on your way to Uldred, the weather holds. The skies are, thankfully, of all the things you have to worry about, snow does not appear to be one of them. But the road itself is so far basically every bit as inhospitable in terms of finding places to just stay. Actually, one thing I will ask for is a watch order, because things out here are going to get a little more dicey in terms of potential opportunities for encounters.
Dicey, so that means we'll have to use our dice for this encounters. I understand.
Ha! And this
Well,
is a
I
good
will
time.
take. I am
Actually-
a monk, so I will take anything. I think Thraskin sees well in the darkness, and I know we have some half-elven blooded folks who might see well in the morning, but I think most of us are human.
Yeah, Leif will take the second shift. His sight is just as well at night.
Yeah, so
So-
I will take the first.
So we've got Lagamundo first. Who's Leaf is second?
Mhm.
All right. Who's taking third?
Sal can go third. He's an elf, so he can see still in the dark.
All right. And Hans, you want to go fourth? All right. Thraskin is actually going to be on fourth watch with you because, being a cleric and don't want wizards basically hanging on their own. Hold on a second. Or did I do one too many?
So maybe it might be better that
Actually, third basically be
Yeah,
fourth.
can I actually not go last? Can I go like second last?
I have the two
In the
wizards.
marching order.
or how about Hans with Leaf and then Sal with Braskin.
With asking, okay, so to basically do 3 watches then, 3 4-hour watches, I guess.
Yeah.
Or 3 hour watches. If you want to go 9 hours, okay, yeah, sure. So let's take a look. And for those of you who drinks, while we look at the possibility of a random encounter, I should point out that we do use hero points and special hero points here. Hero points are points that can be added to a roll before the dice roll is made, Those are either 100 bits or 10,000 channel points. Everyone in the party starts off with 2. I'm starting you off with 2.
Special hero points or
No,
hero points?
regular hero points.
Got it.
You're all starting off with 1 special hero point.
Okay, initial here. No, I'm just kidding. So 1
Mhm.
special and 2 normal?
Yes, and I really should mark down, make sure that I have who's got who for that. So flag is 2 1. Press 2 1. Leaf 1. Now odds. All right, excellent. So if you want to support support the party, support the channel, you may help the party survive.
Thanks.
It's his
You're
way of
welcome.
saying he's going to pour it on unless we get some. We're dead.
Haha.
Always those keywords may help the party survive.
Well,
All right. So are we going into our nights of sleep here?
Yeah. So I guess the first question I have is, how far or do you camp on the road? If not, how far off the road? Right now, the area that you're in is, hilly. There are bits of flat land. Nothing in terms of really nothing in terms of
Like a
forest
boulder
life
or anything
such.
like that.
No real grass or anything. Not great hunting ground for sure. It's a good thing that you have your good thing that you ended up with extra supplies.
Is there anything large enough to be considered like boulder size that we could camp near?
Yeah. Actually, you find something that would definitely qualify as boulder size that you could. I'm assuming you're talking in terms of being able to make up like kind of like a lean-to situation or some kind of covering.
Lean to and prevent any, if we light a fire, prevent that from being seen from a distance, anything like that as well.
Yes, yeah, you are able to find such terrain. It's a little bit off the road, but not too far. And the better part is you are able to get your horses nearby.
And this formation is climbable, so we could also post atop it if we needed to see a further distance.
I mean, you can climb on top of the boulder, which
Mhm.
would be a start.
Perfect.
Okay, so first watch was Lagamunda.
Yes. And
Okay.
just to eliminate any potential boredom, I will knock out a couple of sets of push-ups and or sit-ups during my watch. Using body weight exercises so as to not need special things. Doing my exercises of Arn to stay fit and I will stop mid-set and make sure that somebody is not using my concentration on my physical fitness to sneak upon us.
Hold on a second. All right. Do me a favor. Give me a wisdom check.
You knew that wasn't the prime. I failed miserably. I got a 13.
All right.
Probably mid push-up at this point.
Yeah, as in the middle of a push-up, your general feeling is the horses seem restless. It's the wind is howling a fair bit. It's kind of noisy. The boulder is provided for those who are inside the makeshift structure that you've created. They're relatively warm. You've managed to keep a small fire, just enough to keep the your little locale warm enough that with the furs, you're plenty comfy. Outside, though, it's a different matter. The wind is whipping up out a fair bit. The
At the
moons are
first
still
at the first indication something may be wrong, I will quickly tumble over to where two of my comrades may be asleep and be prepared to wake them up as I listen for what sound I might hear.
all right. Um, I want you to give me another wisdom check. This time, I want you to do give yourself a +2 to it.
I will. That +2 was very helpful. It got me to 18.
Um, whether by sound or by catching a bit of a shadow, there is definitely something prowling about on the far side of where the horses are. You see some of the horses getting extra skittish.
Okay, I will quickly pump my arms, waking up two of my comrades and say, something's here.
Leif's a light sleeper, so he wakes up, especially since the party snores a lot.
Yeah, first two that speak up, because I didn't know where everybody exactly was sleeping.
And he
So-
relies on his enhanced senses to listen as well.
Yeah,
I'm going to prepare a spell.
All right. Um, Leif, give me a wisdom check with the.
Yep, so that's a prime, so that gets a +2, and then +2 for listening.
Mhm.
That's a 13 total.
Just over the hints of, just over the howl of the wind and the nervous neighing of the horses, you do hear what sounds like a feline growl, met by a second one.
Uh-oh.
I try and wave signal to the party to warn them that we have something out there stalking us right now.
I would like to
Stalking
grab
the
a
horses.
brand from the fire.
All right.
Sounds like we may have some hungry kitty cats who merely wish to survive and pass upon this life to their children. But we need those horses. They'll have to pick somebody else's.
You think so? I'm gonna turn around to you and say, are you sure that these are just cats?
Can't tell from this distance.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper to Lagamundo. I can light this place up, which has its advantages. But it could also have significant disadvantages.
Beacon in the night.
So if you want me to do anything, if you feel the need, just say light and I'll switch it on.
I can't see shit, so light.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna look at everybody else and
Wait! I try to make a fast pace to the horses before he does that.
okay, so I guess sorry, I guess that should have been better communicated to the rest of the group, but it's an action and I declared it, gotta play it by the rules, right? So sorry, man. Okay. Well, maybe I should have thought that one out. So next time I will do that. So I cast it's just a 0 level spell, so it's probably not that strong. But
Okay.
it is also like the dark of night, so we'll just have to deal with that. And so I cast light. It's a cantrip. I'll look it up to see what it does in terms of range specifically.
Mm-hmm. So as the light spell goes off, and it suddenly is a fair bit brighter around here. Two things happen. One, Leaf, you're running to the far side of the horses.
I was trying to make my way to the horses and then lost my vision temporarily.
Yeah, the horses clear, like kind of clear out as they're away from you, and you find yourself face to face with a with the mountain lion, sitting there just about ready to pounce. Lagamundo, you notice in your peripheral vision, you notice that the second mountain lion is actually on some of the rocks that lead to the boulder, and is basically circling around looking for a second place to pounce, and the closest person would be towards you. So we're going to roll initiative.
May I just say one thing I realized? I actually, with respect to that spell, and this may mitigate some of your concerns, my kind elf, is that I actually do it on an object. So like what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do it on a rock.
Okay.
I'm just holding the rock, and it really just it lights it like a torch. So
Nice.
it's not like
Not as blinding.
Lone, like daylight, you're like a drow and you'll never see again kind of thing, but it's still like light. So whatever. I mean, I can't see either. I'm human, so
All right. So everybody roll. Everybody who's awake, roll a d10.
nine.
All right,
Two.
I'm gonna count backwards. Anyone else? I've got one of the two mountain lions as a 10.
Well,
Anyone
that's
else?
not help. That is not helpful.
Listen, it could have been worse. I could have rolled them both together. The other one did not quite do as well.
I should have used one of those regulars.
So 10 on 10. The one that's on the rocks above pounces on at Lagamundo.
Of course.
Ooh. AC 18?
Yeah. I have no armor.
Oh, right. Yes, you're the monk. Ooh. Well, it bites at you because it's hungry. That is 5 points of damage. And it gets it because it successfully pounced on you. It gets
Yep.
to make a
Is that a
second.
strength check for me?
Um,
Or is it?
yeah, let's see. It's I would say make a strength check.
Is it a trip or something like that? Or
Um, depending on the roll, I'll let you know what ends up happening since it's hitting you from above.
okay. I failed. I got a 15.
It basically lands on you. You're able to keep from you're close enough that you don't end up falling to the ground, but it does get a second bite at you.
Okay.
AC 15.
That's exactly what it needed.
And that is an additional 2 points of damage as it
Okay.
claws at you. All right, so 9. Did Hans need to step away, or?
Guess so. He didn't say anywhere.
All right. Well, he'll get to go as soon as he gets back. 8.
It's all got an 8.
All right.
And Sal's gonna cast shield on himself.
All right. Uh, you hear words of, arcane magic coming from Sal, and there's a slight shimmer, and stand there. Hans, your turn. You got a 9,
Okay,
right?
so what do I see as a product of the torch directly in front of me, which is a rock that I'm holding?
Uh, you see that you're able to notice that there are two mountain lions. One of them is basically right in front of where Leaf was running to, and looks like it's about to attack him. And then there is one that just leaped on Lagamundo and has already put some vicious gashes into him with his teeth.
Ooh. Okay. Um, I will let me just see here. I'm gonna hit it with a magic missile.
Which one? The one on Lagamundo?
Yeah.
All right. I believe you get 2 magic missiles at your level. It's 2.
Yeah, if he's 3 or more, he gets 2 magic missiles.
I'm just looking it up here.
You get 1 at first level, 2 at third, 3 at fifth.
Okay, perfect.
You can send them towards the same target, or you can split. Or you can split them up if you want. That's up to you.
I'm gonna attack the one that's been the one that really gashed up Lagamundo because he seems like he's been hurt. So
All right. So then I believe it's 2d4 plus 2 for the 2 hours.
not bad. 7 damage.
All right.
You gave as good as I got.
Yeah. Two magical bolts fly from Hans's outstretched fingertips, slam into the mountain lion that is currently trying to bear Lagamundo to the ground. Lagamundo's not having it at the moment. All right, so that was 9. We did 8 already. 7.
Can I just like that was I guess I'm allowed to have a move. Am I allowed to do a move action after I cast a spell?
You can move. Well, you can move half. I allow for half your movement.
I will move back.
Okay.
Away. I will move away from the mountain lion that I just hit with the
With the pew
Gash.
pews.
with the 2 things.
That's
I'm
that's
moving
probably a good call. All right, 7, 6,
I'm on 7.
7.
I was waiting for him to finish. At this point, I'm going to give it the what for and the how come and smack it in the mouth using my fist and potentially the brand that I picked up from the fireplace. I want this kitty to shoo. So I'm going to go ahead and make a melee attack with my fist. And the number I rolled is an 18 plus 3, 21.
That's going to be plenty.
And I'm going to deal the damage of 1d6 plus 2. 5 points of damage for the kitty.
All right. The magic missiles hit it in one side. Your fist hits it in the other side. The kitty is howling a bit. Gives a little bit of a roar of pain. Isn't quite ready to give up on food yet. Again, food forces are rare in this area. That was 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yes, finally. All right, so Leif's going to look at the one in front of him in a non-threatening way. In a deep growl, he starts putting his hands up and he says, "Obey," and he casts Charm Animal.
The cat was just about to pounce on you. It was also on 2, but Ty goes to for me. Ty goes to the player character. So, saving throw, and this is saving throw against charm, which is
Charisma,
intellect,
right?
and their saves are physical, so it's non-prime.
And he's not being attacked, so he doesn't get the +5.
All right. Meow.
All right. If I still have time to do anything, I try to convince it that the other cat is being territorial and invading its territory.
That might be a tougher sell.
Hey, Robert, I gotta go take my dog out. I'll be right back. I think I've already been attacked and attacked this
Okay.
round.
Does anybody have any grapes?
It's only dogs. Not
Stretching my boundaries here.
It's a fantasy world. So maybe grapes are bait of mountain lions. Oh boy. The cat cocks it as you try to convince it. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, the cat kind of cocks its head as it looks at you, and just lies there on the ground, just keeping an eye on you.
All right.
The horses do not seem convinced of the mountain lion's sincerity, though. They want no part of it.
All right. In that case, really, if I still have time, I try to escort the other cat away and direct it somewhere off in the distance to get away from us, expressing that there's danger here for it.
All right. Give me one more check. Yeah, no, you're able to do so. The cat goes off searching for other less dangerous sources of food. All right. And Sal, you had already gotten you cast shield on yourself. So that's everybody. One still. Well, everybody roll initiative for round 2. All right. 10.
Sal got a 10.
Sal got a 10?
Yep.
All right. What you doing, Sal?
There's one that's attacking
Lagamundo.
yeah, so he'll take his staff and try and whack the one that's attacking Lagamundo.
Sal getting into melee range. I love when wizards get into melee range.
He's got his shield up. There's no,
He's feeling his oats here.
That's
All
right.
All right, let's get that attack on.
Okay. Oh, that's an 8.
Well, you didn't roll a 1, so you didn't whack Lagamundo with it.
That's true.
I rolled a 1 for initiative, by the way.
Okay. All right. So, Sal, what number did you went on? 10?
I went on 10, yeah.
9? 8? 7?
7.
All right.
All right. Making sure the horses are covered. I have my weapon out. The heck was it I got that time? It was the Tapacuda. And I start backing my way over towards the other line, getting ready to attack it, being aware of what's going on around us at the same time in case we're making too much noise and attracting other attention.
Okay.
Probably, 15, 20 feet away at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll take me time doing it that way.
Okay. So you're headed on your way back. Hans, you said you went on 1. Oh, you know something? I got to roll for Thraskin. I forgot about him.
Yeah, don't forget Thraskin.
Well, Thraskin's rolls are like my normal roll. I need you to roll initiative roll, Dale.
Again? Okay.
Yeah.
We have a dog with a cone who's being a pain in the ass. The number I roll is a 6.
All right, so you get to go before the mountain
kitty?
lion.
Good. Yep. She's going to get schmecked in the mouth again. Let's see. 19. And then
That's going to hit.
Kitty's going to get another. My dog is trying to destroy everything in the house right now. Kitty's going to get another 5 points in the mouth.
Ooh, all right. Thraskin. The kitty cat does not like that. Not like that at all. Thraskin turns and throws his light hammer at it.
Lay down. Did the kitty attack back?
Not yet.
Okay.
And Thraskin finds himself running to go and figure out where the hell his light hammer went as he throws it little too outside. The kitty does attack.
No, bad kitty.
Ooh.
Uh-uh.
Sinks his jaws deep into you. That's a natural 20 if you'd like to get rid of that roll. I'll leave that up to you. If you want to
Yes, I would like to use my special hero point to remain alive.
All right. So it's going to be just a regular roll. And because of the fact that we're doing max damage on I think we've been doing max damage on 20s. The one thing I can promise you is whatever I roll, it will not be max damage.
I bet you roll max damage.
Oh, actually, no, I rolled the 1. So
yay.
that's a hell of a lot of difference.
That's a big difference.
All right. So, it catches a nick of you as it tries to get its teeth sunk into you. Hans, I believe you are the one that's left. You went on 1.
Let me just see here. I am going to I'm going to throw a dagger at it.
All right. Roll 20-sided die.
Well, that is a 2, so better than a 1.
And Hans finds himself going, maybe not right now, not the moment, but will eventually find himself like Thraskin going looking for the weapon that this one was a bit inside. Oh boy. All right. Initiative again. Ten. 9.
Sal get another 10.
10. All right,
I'm-
Sal.
I'm wasting all my rolls on initiative. Everything else I've gotten like nothing. So we'll see.
I know
what
that feeling. Oh, I need to roll for Thraskin. My bad. Okay. What are you doing, Sal?
He's gonna try to club it again. Club the one that's that one's still alive, isn't it? Or is
Yes,
that
it
one-
is still alive.
Yeah, so he'll try and club the one that's on Legamundo.
All right.
And 3. Not
You're getting close. You're getting closer to hitting something. The mountain
That's
lion
right.
is not it.
Was
Right.
3 your to hit roll?
yeah,
Yes.
I know. I know. I got a 10 on my initiative and a 3 to hit. I know.
9,
Dear friends,
8, 7, 6.
6.
All right.
Am I close enough for attack at this
Yeah,
point?
you'll be
Within
close
the
enough to
50.
attacking this one.
All right.
I'm also on 6. I'll let you go first.
Thank you. So 16 on the roll.
That's enough to hit already.
That's going to be D6 plus 2. So that's going to be 7 total.
All right. That is enough to knock it off of off of Lagamundo. It's no longer like on top of him trying to like bear him down. Though it became pretty obvious at this point that it wasn't going to be able to. Lagamundo, you're also on 6?
Yes, I am. I'm going to take this advantage to bop the kitty in the nose. However, kitty evades my swing as I roll a mighty 9.
All right. So let's see. That was 6, 5. 4.
That's me.
Hans?
I am going to thwack this kitty with my staff. I'm going to just run up and try to just thwack it.
Double mages in melee. I love this.
It just reminds me of Shaun of the Dead where they're trying to beat the bartender.
That's right.
We should throw records at this kitty.
Oh boy.
This reminds me of the time me and my Dungeons and Dragons friends in junior high got mugged. This was the exact situation. Okay, here we go. Wizard with his melee staff. Come on, baby. Oh, that's a 6.
And that's a swing and a miss.
So maybe this is why wizards should be casting spells.
Yeah.
A for effort. That's all that matters.
A for effort.
At some point, I am going to introduce, and I'll give you the chance to pick them. I think I am going to introduce advantages to the game from the CK's guide, but I need to like put it out in a way so that you don't all have to go get the CK guide to use them. Because I think Apprentice Bolt for spellcasters is kind of a necessary thing.
Oh, it's handy.
It's a lot more thematic than throwing daggers. I mean, and swinging staves when
And
you're
signature spell for basically all spellcasters, but certainly clerics.
They also get bonus because we have it surrounded now on 3 sides at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least 2 people will get +1.
And not a single one of you would have hit with that bonus. However, at this point, the cat, seeing that it's surrounded, finally comes to its senses and realizes it wants no part of this. And it's going to try to dash away. You all have the choice of whether or not you want to let it go or you want to take a shot at it.
Taking a shot.
I'm going to take a shot kicking the damn cat in the ass as it runs past.
Lagamundo, I'll let you go first with that.
I got an 18 on the kitty.
Okay.
But apparently my heart wasn't in it because I only did 3 points of damage.
Its behind lifts up just a little. Who else wanted to take a shot at it?
I just generated a strong breeze as I swing past it.
All right. And unless anyone else is swinging, the cat runs off into the night. Oh boy.
So what happened with the other kitty?
Leaf managed to charm it and convince it that it was better off hunting elsewhere.
Safety is further away.
You should make that kitty your friend. They fight really well. Do you have the animal friendship spell?
I do
So
not.
I still have this this rock that's glowing like a torch. I'm gonna just throw it in my bag. And say subject to any concerns, I think we should just keep the watch and go to bed so I can regain whatever spell I just used.
Same.
Before we go to bed, will one of you people with a whiz prime bandage me wounds? I got 2 of them.
Yeah,
Actually,
nobody
3 of them.
else can help. I provide first aid.
Actually, we don't even have to roll for that. You just allow us to just get up to 2 points back
Correct.
per bandage, right?
Yeah, per bandage, and it's 1 bandage per wound.
Yep. And I have had 3 wounds, so I am going to use 3 of my 8 bandages and get 6 hit points back. Well, actually, one of those was 1 hit point, so I'm going to get 5 hit points back.
And since you're all going to sleep for the night, let me check what Thraskin has for spells.
This was me yesterday. I got bit by a dog. Sitting here bandaging up all my ouchies. So 5 hit
All right,
points back.
and as soon as you're done bandaging,
Okay.
Thraskin is going to do a cure light wounds on you.
Oh, handy.
And that is 8 points of healing.
Oh, well, that would have helped a lot earlier.
Well,
okay.
yeah, except you don't want to do that before your bandages. If you
Right.
can.
So I'm from 14 up to 17 again. Excellent. I go to sleep made whole as my watch ends and my nightmares begin. In my sleep, you hear me go, "Bad kitty, bad kitty."
The rest of the night, though cold, goes rather smoothly. There are no further encounters for the evening. You wake up a little stiff, a little sore, maybe a lot sore. But more or less, pretty much intact, and thankfully all the horses are still with you. There are no further signs of the mountain lions. And you start heading further eastward. By midday, you find yourself starting to. You're aware enough to realize that you're starting to head a bit downhill. You were at the what looks to basically from what you can see of the road ahead, the peak of elevation. So, the ground, thankfully, again, while there is a touch of winter's frost, it's not overly slippery. The gear that you have is good enough to keep firm footing, including the horses. So you're more or less able to travel at your normal rate without too much concern. Hold on one second.
Oh, wait.
hmm?
I'm so sorry. I forgot to declare that I'm going to recover my dagger. It was not the +1 dagger.
Okay.
+1
I
dagger.
kind of assume when that happens, I'm go pretty much under the assumption that you try to, especially when I specifically say that the weapon got went a bit, that you went looking for it. If there was some reason that you weren't going to be able to find it or something that made that difficult, I would adjudicate for that. So yes.
Leif is going to give a little space between him and the group, just so he can listen a little better to see if he hears anything as they're traveling.
All right. Leif, are you half elf or
Half elf.
half elf?
We're on the elven side.
All right. I want to see what I forgot what else half elves have.
So
Is it
plus
just listening?
2 on listening.
Is it just listening, or is there any other senses that are also improved?
Empathy, move silent, spot hidden doors, and resistance.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Give me 2 wisdom rolls. Add your listening bonus to the first one.
At the time. First one's a 12.
Is that with the your level and
With the bonus, yeah. First one's a 12, second one's an 11. Not with what you said with level 2.
Yes.
So that would be a 16 and 15, of course.
And wisdom's prime for you.
Correct. So that's a +2 on that. So that's 18 and 17.
Up ahead, as you're getting, as the day continues onward, and you start getting into the very late afternoon, just the start of evening, Leaf, you hear the sounds of activity up ahead, and possible voices, though they don't seem to be making much of an effort to be quiet. As a matter of fact, it sounds um it sounds as if it's either banter or they're um two people possibly mad at each other, or one person's frustrated, not entirely clear. um you also see bits of smoke look like it's coming from a fire.
Okay.
The area that you're looking at is the first sign of an area with some tree cover and a bit of grassland off the side of the road. You do not see the source of the noise yet, though.
Okay. In that case, Leif's going to circle back to the group and fill them in on what he's heard and what he sees at this point.
He says there's people arguing.
Sounded like two embittered individuals arguing over something. I can't see much beyond that, though.
Was it
There's
coming from up the road?
from up the road.
Well, maybe it's some caravanners that we can help protect.
I would suspect so. They're making no effort to cover their noise.
Now the trick is showing them that we are not the bandits that they might be afraid of.
Maybe one of us approach and the rest hang back, or circle around them to either side.
Which one of us wishes to speak for the others?
I would say you are probably our best candidate. You look injured. They may be more interested in helping you.
Yes, I am quite covered in blood stains, although the blood has had its sources cured.
But they
Excellent.
don't know that.
All right, well, I will sling my bow over my shoulder, my short bow, and I will walk up with my hands.
See if you can produce a bit of I don't know, you're on horseback, but maybe you can limp alongside the horse to make it look more like you're in pain and need help.
No, I'm fine walking. Well, yeah, I'll walk up. I won't affect a limp, but I will dismount from my horse so I look less threatening, and I will walk up with my hands raised.
If this is the last time I see you, Sundered Shield.
Sundered shield for life, however short it may be. And I will move forward leading my horse with my hand raised. And hopefully I come across these people and not get shot full of holes. I will. Let me see. Can I do that yet?
Let's go see what do I have that'll hit that distance if anything comes up.
Let's see.
Yes.
At second level, I can deflect missiles. So if they do shoot at me, hopefully I will be able to knock such weapons aside.
Sounds like a plan.
So I'm sorry,
How
what'd you
far
say?
away? I was just wondering, how far away is the caravan?
Well, we don't even know if it's a caravan.
Or how far away is approximately this thing that's coming to us? Does Leaf have any idea with, from the sounds as to kind of distance?
You're muted. You're muted, Rob.
Rob, we can't hear you.
Yeah, okay, cool. I realized that I muted myself when I was coughing. So yeah, somewhere between 50 to 75 yards.
All right. So I will, you guys do what you need to. I'm going to dismount and start my approach.
Can I, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, this is daylight, yes?
It is, late afternoon.
Okay. making sure.
Just starting the beginnings of twilight.
Okay. I'm gonna approach dismounted and I'm going to wave them. Again, my overriding concern is that somebody will greet my appearance with a crossbow bolt to the face, and I do not wish to be mistaken for a bandit, so I am prepared to knock aside any missiles.
Be very
Well, at least
uncivilized.
one. So I will just slowly walk forward, leading my horse.
Can I just want to get a lay of the land here. Being one of the weenies of the group, who
Steadfast mages.
exactly? So where's Leaf right now?
I'm still with you. I'm trying to work a little closer though, so I can at least see what's happening.
Okay, cool. I just don't want to be like a wizard sitting around on my own, so I'd prefer to kind of just gravitate towards one of the people that actually has physical might or ability. So I'm gonna just kind of I'll wait for Leaf to kind of appear and I'll try to be close to him. Uh I mean, and Sal, I mean, whatever you decide. I just don't want to be left on my own.
Yeah, I'll hang near Hans as well. I mean, I think yeah, staying close because I think we're at risk here. So I think separating would be, yeah, not a good idea.
All right.
And
Uh,
while we're doing Legamundo's kind of moving up towards them, Sal will actually start kind of getting the initial preparations for a magic missile, just in case. It's 150 feet distance, so that's probably within range of where this group is coming. It sounds like just at the near edge of it, so just in case that Lagmundo looks like he's about to get taken down by someone, that at least we're ready to uh to maybe get a little jump on him.
Okay. So, Lagamundo, as you approach, you note that there is a small clearing with some trees just off the road. Uh, there's a pack horse standing not too far from what appears to be a campfire that is either on its way to burning out or just getting started. It's a little hard to tell which. There looks like there's kindling, but not a heck of a lot of wood, as if somebody forgot, to feed the fire.
Okay.
The pack horse itself, you note that the pack horse, while most of the saddlebags are still, or most of the bags are still on the pack horse and much of it is full, has a blanket over its back beneath the bags that is equal parts blue and white stripes with some kind of symbol that you cannot quite see. As you take a closer look, you note that on the tree line there are two people. They look to be teenagers, a young male and a young woman. The young male is on the tall side. He's somewhere around, maybe about 6 feet tall. Very, very dark skin. And the young woman has basically a very rather pale though somewhat ruddy complexion, possibly due to being out in this cold. They are both wearing. Actually, give me an intelligence check for this one.
I'm wicked smart. Hold on.
What's Thraskin doing?
Wicked smart from Boston.
No, from Real Mod. All right. However, I rolled a 3, so I have no idea.
Well, you note that the two of them are both wearing what look to be grayish tunics with a symbol, possibly the same type of blue and white symbol that was on the horse, not quite fully visible from where you are.
Does it appear to be heraldry of some sort?
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
Emblazoned or stitched, basically over where their heart would be. And the two are, well, to answer the question, look to be gathering firewood or sticks from the trees and trying to find more pieces of wood, and engaged in a bit of arguing with each other. The young woman says, "All I'm saying is we should have gone with him. He should not be out there on his own." Percy, I don't understand why this is so hard. The male turns and says, "Roxanne, he told us to stay put. When he tells us to stay put, we do what he tells us to do. This is what being a squire means. You should know that of all people." And she just harumphs and goes on picking, and suddenly the male turns and as if to realize, Roxanne, we have company.
Hello, young Master Percy. I understand you are a squire. I am a traveler upon yonder road. My name is Lagamundo. I am a representative of the Sundered Shield Adventuring Company. We are here to keep the road safe. Are you two traveling alone, or are you traveling with your lord?
Percy smiles as as you greet him, and he says, "Well, that's great too." And Roxanne turns and says, "Well, it's about time somebody else decided to do something about these bandits. I mean, what? I don't understand what is happening in this kingdom." And Percy turns and says, "Roxanne, they're here to help. Let us not antagonize the help, people who are helping. That's not helpful." She sighs and says, "My apologies. It's been a frustrating time."
Mr.
You said your name was Lagamundo.
Yes, Mr. Percy and Miss Roxanne, if you don't mind, I did help but overhear a little of your conversation while you were talking before, and I'm wondering if your lord and master has been gone for long. Is he a knight? Is he a guardsman of some sort? And
Uh,
where did he go off to?
Percy perks up and says, "Yes, yes, he is a knight. He uh he rode off early this morning, and he told us to potentially not expect him back until tomorrow. But we decided that we were going to try to avoid making a fire, but the chill of the area, we were not quite fully prepared for it." And you can see Percy he looks a bit embarrassed to admit that they were not prepared for what they're encountering.
Yes, and you must watch out for the wildlife. And I gesture to the blood stains on my clothing. The kitties here are quite unfriendly. Who is your lord, sir? I lead them to answer me.
Oh, uh, that would be Sir Danforth, Sir Reginald Danforth. And Roxanne looks over at Percy and says, "Sir, we're concerned. Sir Reginald is well, he's he's very, very capable, but his best years, I worry about him. His best years are behind him, and please don't ever let him know that I said that."
You should. Young man, can I offer a little advice?
Yes.
you're young and new upon this road. You represent a nobility of some sort for this land. Your Lord Sir Reginald. Do not denigrate him to strangers. I don't care one way or the other, but if you think less of him, don't share that with others. But I will tell you, my companions will be along the road shortly. I was looking out in case this was a caravan. I did not want them to think they were under attack. But my friends will be here. Don't tell them you think that your lord is feeble in some way.
Roxanne
Did he give
says,
any indication which way he rode off?
hold on a second.
Because we did not pass him in the night, and we were coming from Felton up the road.
Roxanne says, I please, do not think poorly of Percival. I think he was doing it to protect me a bit. My Sir Reginald is my grandfather, and he's still very capable, but we worry about him. This is the kind of duty, if my father was still alive, it would fall upon him, but grandfather has been doing more than he should.
And what duty is he doing? That's what I'm trying to ascertain here. Where did he ride off to that you are worried about him? Was he riding along the road towards Uldred, or was he riding up towards Felton, or was he exploring the mountains here, or the hills here?
He was riding towards Uldred, the where the road splits. He was hoping to meet the next caravan that should be on its way. I do not know whether he has met it, where he expected to find it. He was kind of short on details beyond telling us to make camp here and await his return.
Well, I will not circumvent the orders to your lord, but going down to meet the caravan to join in their protection, such was our aim as well. Ah, look, here come my friends now, and I wave the group over as they come towards us.
As if the rich baritone and his soothing accent could not be heard across the distance. He summons us. Let's go meet our friend.
As you approach, Percy's eyes actually grow larger, and he turns to Roxanne. Roxanne, there really is help. It's I beseech you again, please do not. Roger, thank you very much for the subscribing. 24 months. It is so very, very much appreciated. We'll be coming up on our break very, very soon. But thank you everyone who's joined us today so far. We hope you're enjoying the adventure. I do not wish you to think that I think less of my lord. I am just concerned for his health. He's been very, very good to me. Fair, but firm, and I owe much to him, and I do not wish to see him come to harm.
And as everybody rolls up, I say, company, this is Percival, the squire of good Sir Reginald Danforth. And this is his granddaughter, Roxanne. They are setting up a camp while he is riding down to the crossroads like we were to meet any potential caravan. So I've told them that we are here to help and not to worry. So we not to counteract your lord's instructions. If he instructed you to set up camp, well, we would not worry about that. But I will tell you, you should keep a crossbow or something handy, as the woods are full of wild kitty cats and potentially bandits. So You could find yourself in a heap of trouble.
Roxanne smiles at that and says, I thank you. You are both kind and considerate, and I am happy to say that Percival and I are not without our defenses." And she points to some weapons that are leaning up against one of the trees that they look to have put down so they could gather sticks and such. Do you plan to continue journeying this evening, or will you
We
rest for
will
the
probably continue journeying very shortly. We do not wish your lord to run into any trouble, but if he, how long ago was it that he left towards the crossroads?
It was shortly after first light. He did not waste much time.
And it's mid-afternoon here.
Uh, Getting towards late afternoon.
Okay, so your lord has at least a half day's ride on us.
Yes.
These introductions. This is Hans, Saul. That furry little man there is Thraskin, and this is Leif. We are of the Sundered Shield Adventuring Company, as I have said. What think you, fellas? Shall we join them here at this camp, or should we take off after their lord, knowing that he has at least 5-6 hours of ride on us already? Was he on a destrier, or was he on a riding horse, a palfrey?
No, he was on a destrier. Uh my grandfather has his warhorse, and it is quite a steed. Though, truth be told, I think the time may come where he needs to consider a newer horse, but it is a horse that has served him well. So, they've journeyed long together. I'm not too concerned about that.
Okay. Well, I hesitate to leave you two here alone to face the wilds and of natures and or bandits. We do have a goal of making that crossroad as well. So I don't know. I think we should probably continue on.
Leif edges up to Lagamundo and try to discreetly whispers to him so the other two don't hear. What color and standards do they bear?
It's it's clear. I nudge towards. I
So,
point towards it with my head. I kind of nod over there. If you're more intelligent than I about such things, you might be able to make out the heraldry.
That is not my specialty. Perhaps
uh,
one of our other friends.
so the coat of arms that you can now see, basically as it's patched onto their tunics, right above the heart, is a white bar on a field of blue, with what looks to be either some kind of narwhal or dolphin, um, basically almost in like a reverse S. It's as it's bent its tail, you know, tail flipper going out one direction, its face going in the other. Um,
Young Percival, where is the seat of Sir Danforth? Where does he from, you see?
oh, from the Eventide, sir. As a matter of fact, he is one of the remaining knights of the Eventide.
Think we did some work down there. Wasn't that where the witch was?
It's in that general area. They do a lot of work along the coast. But yeah, they've. Let's see. How many? I know Hans is not from this area. Hans is from the city. Which of the characters were from this general area?
I was from Relmod in the north, so
Uh,
Far east.
all right. And let's see. So actually, Lagamundo, yeah, give me an intelligence check.
here we go with that again. Ah, 17 and it's a prime. My book learning will serve me well here.
Okay. Yeah, you know that the the original knights served the counts of the Eventide. Um, However, the title, the last count had passed, and the title had reverted to the crown back in 560. So some 56, 60 years, some 60 years ago. And the knighthood kind of went with it. Though in the Greyhawk Wars, uh, a group, some of the knights decided to begin again. They, including winning several battles during the wars, with an additional some funding from one of the knights who had managed to get some wealth from adventuring. They're not really an organized group per se. It's just each doing the best they can to protect the lands, especially here along the shoreline. They've kind of branched out a bit from the Eventide itself, which is more to the west of here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is kind of the thing that one who, with any familiarity with them, would expect them to do, even though you would hope that it wouldn't be just one.
Yeah. And his granddaughter and squire in tow.
By the way, his granddaughter is also dressed as a squire. That is one thing you know. And
How old are these two squires? Are they teenagers?
yeah, they're mid to late teens. So you're thinking maybe 15, 16.
Okay, so they're old enough to be first level characters.
Oh yeah, it's Percival is tall but lanky. He looks like he is not really fully grown into his form.
Is he wearing armor, or is he armed in any way, shape, or form? Or is he just running around in a surcoat with no weapons but a knife at his belt?
You think that they might have some chain, some type of chain armor beneath their clothing.
They've got money. Okay.
Sounds like a contract opportunity later.
All right. So what do you guys think? I would like to head on towards our rendezvous. Although we may or may not be
where the bandits are, where we think the bandits are.
Yeah, I'm leery if we go ahead that we're leaving these two to potentially get scooped up by bandits.
Well, and that becomes the other question. Roxanne says, "Sir, I know what my grandfather told us, and normally I would, well, okay, I would at least consider disobeying orders. I know Percival would try to keep me from doing so, but I feel with your arrival, the situation has changed a bit. I really would like for us to accompany you.
How quickly can you break your camp?
Watch us." And the two of them start. Percival looks, and she gives him a pleading look. He looks as if, "Are we really doing this?" And she gives him a bit of a pleading look, and he's like, "Yeah, okay." And the two of them start going quickly, breaking down the camp, which, to be honest, they hadn't done all that great a job of.
I'll lend them a little bit of help if they allow.
Okay. And with that, it is going to be time to take our break. I am going to leave the mics on live. I think they stay live for this. So, but I want to thank everyone who joined us so far. I hope you are enjoying yourselves. I hope the party is enjoying themselves. I know I'm having fun as much as this cold and cough is trying to beat me down. I refuse to be let myself, let it go. So we will be right back in about 10 minutes or so.
All right. 2:10 or 2:20 Eastern time then. Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
I'm going to go try to find some proper cough medicine.
I wish you luck. I'm going to have one of these maple candies Patrick sent me.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, Thraskin. We're on a break right now, but
Awesome.
when Phantom gets back, he can add you back in and fix his probably already worked overlay
Okay,
before he goes live again.
sure.
I don't know, have you been listening?
No, uh I had my other game until 1. I had the stream up, but I wasn't listening because I
Okay.
was
Well, let me quickly summarize for you and any of the listeners who need to know what's going on. We were summoned to the town of Ragby on the coast of the southern coast of Nyrond, where the city guardsman met us in a tavern and told us that they've the town of Fulton, which was to their northeast, was beset by bandits coming from parts north. So we took a contract with them, 250 gold pieces plus a 50 gold piece bonus if we can bring the leader in alive to investigate and eliminate. So after drawing up some quick papers, our group traveled northeast to the town of Felton, I'm sorry, where we learned some more from the constable there, who told us more about these bandits, and he thinks they might be coming from the Almorian hinterlands to the far east. But he wasn't sure. The bandits are apparently hitting people on the road after the road from Oldred and the roads from North Nyron converge heading into the Felt Hills. So it was our goal to make for that confluence of roads and meet up with any convoy and join them to protect them. We didn't bring any wagons ourselves when we headed north because we didn't want to attract a whole bunch of bandits on our own, because we're not very strong right now. We've got 2 wizards, a monk rogue, a druid, and a cleric you. So we don't have a whole lot of fighters and such.
Right.
We encountered 2 mountain lions in the night, and one of them was befriended by the druid, and the other one ripped me up pretty good before we collectively beat it up. We were fighting like a whole bunch of first level noobs, so I'm a little leery what we'd do against some determined bandits. So the next day, after healing up, you healed me, by the way, thank you very much.
Sure.
The next day, we headed down the road and we heard some arguing, and they sent me ahead on the thought that it was people on the road and we didn't want to look like bandits ourselves. So I went ahead with my hands up, and we found and said was right off the road, a young squire, a couple squires actually, male and female, that were setting up a camp and talking loudly about their lord, a knight who has a Knight of the Eventide and has apparently gone up the road to do exactly what we were planning to do and meet the next convoy and see them through. So after some discussion with them, we have decided to try to catch up with them, and they've decided to break their camp so that they're not left behind to the perditions of mountain cats or bandits themselves. So the 2 squires are joining us about a half day's ride behind their lord, who was heading south, about the same distance. So he's probably arrived at our destination by the time we're leaving. So we're
And we're just
hoping to hit them along the road with a convoy or meet their lord before we meet the convoy. What I'm afraid of is that they'll have fallen into a bandit trap before we get there. So that's where we took our break.
okay. Now, who was it was just one fighter guy who had these 2 squires, or was there more than
Yes,
just
an elderly knight.
Okay.
So skilled at arms, but He's the grandfather of one of the squires. Let's just put it that way.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
he's probably stout, but not, Superman. Although, if he were an adventurer, he could be named level. He could be like 9th level and do all of our work for us. But I don't think we'll get so lucky.
Sure, right. How's my sound? Is it good?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, good too.
His squire made him sound more like Don Quixote, so I'm curious to see what we run into.
Right.
All right, I am going to actually bring us back a minute or two early. I unfortunately am going to need to redo the overlays while it's on screen. So those of you who are watching, I apologize for the mess, but yeah, there's not a heck of a lot I can do because I am not that good at doing this without it. So, oh, I need that one.
Now, is there a VTT that I should be in? I guess I don't recall.
No, I got Owlbear Rodeo that I will be. I'm just gonna move everybody around. Aha, because that just makes life easier. That I will be. You'll be able to see it on the Twitch stream when the time comes. All right, so. Oh, Wagamundo was in the right place. Ah.
And the right time. Don't forget the right time.
Why is Hans look like? Get you a bit more centered. There we go.
And I apologize for my tardiness.
No, it happens. I mean, life does.
You're here. That's
That's
all
right.
that matters.
Yes, you
That's
did
right.
better than I did the last time.
All right. Let's see if I can get Hans better centered. There we go.
Does that help?
Yeah, it also had to do with the way the screens were set up. All right, so now I need Sal to go back to his area, and that's fine. And I just need to focus on Thraskin. Those of you who are wondering how much fun it is to do Twitch overlays and resize things, there was a time where having to do this in the middle of a stream would have terrified me because I knew nothing. All right,
I feel the same way, and I don't even know anything.
Hmm.
So much appreciated.
Your stream overlay has become a prime. So good job.
All right, and now let me just check the one for maps because that's going to need to be done too, and we will need our map soon. Oh, we are actually in much better shape here.
Nice.
We lost Thraskin.
Yeah, that one I knew. However, let's see. All right, cool. So I just need to move the few around. So it goes down here.
That's good. Otherwise, I'll need to. Guten Tag, meine Damen und Herren. My name is Hans, and no longer Hans.
Wagamundo's where we're supposed to be. Thraskin.
Yeah. Legamundo makes fun of Hans's accent. Oh. You hear the way that funny guy from Greyhawk talks? I can't keep a straight face.
They kicked me out of the guild for my accent, and I will not have this ridiculous comments now in this new clan. I will have to exit.
I slap you on the back.
Mm.
I'm just kidding there, Hansi.
Fonzie. Oh boy.
After about 5 sessions of watching Die Hard over Christmas, it's like the only Hans in my mind is
Gruber.
Gruber.
Yeah.
Right.
That was part of the inspiration, and I typically play evil characters. I really enjoy playing evil characters.
All right, we are almost there. Guild Superior, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. You have just gotten back, joined us at a great time. I hope you had a fantastic session. I'm not sure what you're all doing, but I just had a player join us in progress, so we needed to do some reswitching of the overlays. So I appreciate everyone's patience with that. Let me see, get a shout out.
Just missed the synopsis. We're looking for bandits, and we just had some squires of a knight join us.
Yeah,
Or
so
so we believe.
really quickly, the party is a part of a adventuring guild called the Sundered Shield. Dave, thank you so much for the resubscription 6 months in a row. It is so very, very much appreciated. And thank you for the raid once again. That's fantastic of you. The party is in search of a group of bandits that has been terrorizing trade caravans coming from the east. There are questions as to who and what are behind these attacks, but all we know is that winter is quickly descending, and one of the towns along the route has not been resupplied in close to a month, and food has become scarce. The party has had to endure attacks from mountain lions along the way at their first camp, and they have just thank you so much, Dave. Five subs. That's amazing, sir. Thank you so much. They have just run across two squires of one of the Knights of Eventide, who is apparently an elder knight or elderly, aged to be determined, who had given them orders to make camp here while he went in search of the latest incoming expected trade caravan. However, after speaking with the party, the two squires, one of which is apparently the knight's granddaughter, has decided to come with them. And they are going to start making their journey eastward. Since we are just coming out of a break, and for those of you who are just joining us, I wanted to make the announcement. It has already I've already made it in my Discord, and I will be making another Discord soon. In February, the Greyhawk community does their St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraiser event. This year, the fundraiser event has been moved up to the first weekend in February due to scheduling issues. It is organized by Lord Gazumba, who is one of the pillars of our community. Because of the fact that I will not be here for the actual event, I had spoken to Jay, and I will be running sessions the weekend before. So January 27th and 28th, I'm going to be running 3 sessions for the fundraiser over the course of that weekend. And I am currently looking for players. The games will be at, I believe it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on a Saturday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on the Saturday, and then 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on the Sunday. All donations made during the course of that weekend, during the course of the 3 games, or I will have a hashtag to use to put in to say that you are donating on as part of those games, even if you do it afterwards or beforehand. I will be matching the first $3,500 that comes in. If we hit that $3,500 cap on the donations, I will kick in an extra $500. Jay had mentioned that this year's goal is 25,000 in change. So if we're able to cap out at least the $3,500 in donations plus my match, we will be $7,500 towards that 25,000. 7,500 towards that 25,000 goal. So that would be a fantastic start. I am looking for players. I do have had some people volunteer. Those people who decide that they want to play and create characters will also be welcome to bring back those characters as repeated. They will be your characters. They will not necessarily be just one-shot characters. I want many groups. This is kind of a living campaign. So, you will all become part of that campaign. And I hope to have more people join us. And we've got a few so far, so I'm looking forward to more. More details to come on that. But for now, let's get back to the game. And the party. So Percival and Roxanne have joined you.
They also have horses?
Yes, they do have light riding horses.
Okay, excellent. They can keep up.
And again, they have their pack horse with all of the stuff on it. You journey, and Percival seems fascinated by the lot of you. Roxanne carries more of a look of concern on her face. Again, this is her grandfather that she's concerned about. Though she seems to be a bit more relaxed now that you are, well, not only, you're on your way to assist her grandfather, but she's also on her way and not being left behind. For the most part, she is quiet. Percival just wants to chat y'all up and find out, everything he can. You can tell what you gather from the conversations is that they've spent a lot of time just working, doing the tasks asked of them, and have not had a heck of a lot of time spent in the company of other people.
Squire should be socialized.
So I mean, just in terms of the where kind of we're going structurally, I'm gonna stay between Ligamundo and Leaf for the most part. Wherever they are, I'm gonna try to gravitate towards them and try to convince Sal to kind of hang out. But I will engage the Squires in some very civilized German conversation. We will talk about cookies and picnics and being on time, which is very important to me.
And Hans, I got you a regular hero point just to show there was no hard feelings about the accents.
Thank you.
All right, so
let's
off
see.
we
For
ride.
those, let's see. So Hans now has 3 regular hero points.
And I'm the only spender, and I spent my special already to prevent a mountain lion from biting my head off.
Yeah, Lagamundo has 0 specials.
I like living on the edge.
And I will put that out there. Okay. Percival is just eating all of this up, especially when he finds out, that you are from Greyhawk, which just so far away. And you get the feeling that he hasn't journeyed much further than the southern part of the kingdom.
Travel makes you a man.
That it does.
And then I turned to the girl. Don't worry, you won't become a man.
She gives you a smirk and she says, I should think not. You see, in terms of weaponry, the two of them are both armed with light crossbows.
Okay.
Percival, as far as his melee weapon of choice, looks to be a two-handed mace.
Oh wow.
Um,
Boy's got some muscles, I assume.
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Like I said, he's tall but kind of lanky. He's definitely hit his started hitting he's definitely hit his growth spurts in terms of height. Probably could stand to eat a bit more. Roxanne is carrying a longsword, and she also has a shield on her back with the same emblem as on the patch on their over their chest, the blue field with the white horizontal stripe, and a what looks to be some type of fighting fish. Looks like it could be a dolphin, or either a fish or a dolphin or a porpoise or something of that type. Hard to tell.
And what weapon did you say she had again? I'm sorry.
A longsword.
Okay. More of a
Um,
traditional fighter.
And as we're traveling along the road here, I
Mhm.
mean, is our vision blocked by trees, or is it kind of plains area? What's the terrain that we're
Um,
traveling?
it's there is some trees, but you're still not completely out of the hills. There's more trees around than there had been. There's parts where you can see well up ahead, and then there are times when your vision is a little bit clouded either by some of the hilly terrain that remains or the occasional tree. You do sense that it is gotten noticeable that the ground is a bit flatter. You're no longer quite going downhill as much.
Are there any side paths or gullies off the main road that we could travel instead of the main road itself?
Yes, though you're not 100%. I mean, you can't say for certain how long that will hold.
I say we keep our wits about us and we go uh diligently and very carefully up the path.
And for the people at home, I apologize for constantly coughing. I'm getting over a cold that, while the effects of it are mostly gone, the cough remains. And the more I talk, which as a dungeon master you do a lot of, the more annoying it gets. So thank you for bearing with me, and I really appreciate you all being here today. Uh, so let's get into a marching order here, especially now that you have the kids with you.
Leif would like to go ahead 20 or 30 feet ahead of everyone to listen intently, just to be aware of what we're coming into.
I'll follow Leif.
I'll be behind Lagamundo.
I'll take up the rear, maybe about 15 feet behind everybody. Keep my eyes peeled for anything coming in behind us.
And then that probably puts Sal between you and
Yep,
Hans.
exactly.
And then the squires will be
Oh yeah, where does Squires want to be? You want to have the Squires
dead middle.
between the two wizards?
I think that's good.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll have them walking side by side. All right. Um, Leif, I need you to give me a listen check.
Yeah, had a feeling. It's a 6 on the roll, +2, so that's an 8, plus a level, that's 12.
You do hear something in the distance. It sounds like a long single note. Hard to tell exactly what it is. You do note that it got kind of louder at the end before it cut off.
When you say note, would like a horn or a trumpet of some sort, or
Possibly.
a whistle?
Possibly. The more you think about it, the more likely it sounded as though it was some kind of horn.
All right, I signal the party and let them know that there's something going on up ahead, that there was some type of signal given, whether it was a call for help or a warning, I can't tell. Or signaling to warn others that we're coming.
To spur our horses, then I guess.
I'm gonna prepare an invisibility spell.
All right. Let's see. So, what I want to do, since I have them, I'm gonna put a picture of the kids up here for y'all. Scottish Jeff, thank you so much for the follow, sir. Portrait works. There is young Percival. And Roxanne. Okay, so you all start heading there at...
At a passer gate.
I'm ready to hop off my horse when it comes time, because I
Okay.
don't fight very well from a horseback.
Yeah, Leif is leaning side saddle, charging now.
As you ride and you follow the road, you come to an area where you have another clearer view. There's a slight downhill grade, so you're kind of peeking towards a bit of a valley below. Not calling it a valley is probably not the best way, but you're at a slightly higher elevation than the flatlands below. You see three things. You notice that there is what appears to be a caravan headed in your direction, seemingly hauling ass. There, you can see several horses pulling, three different wagons being pulled by teams of horses that are kicking up dirt and dust as they roll hard in this direction. Behind them is a series of at this distance what appear to be humanoid figures, whether human or some kind of other humanoid, on horses, riding down, giving chase to the caravan. And charging towards the caravan is a single figure on a horse. You can barely make out from this distance the horn in his hand, as he has a lance with a banneret hanging from it that he suddenly lowers and starts charging at the large number of bandits.
What do our bandits look like here as we enter this melee?
You can see from this distance that there are, again, they are on horseback. There are a couple of them that have bows, and you can see some arrows being shot at the caravan that's racing in your direction. Others have weapons of various types out. Again, you can definitely make out some swords. There look to be some blunt weapons of various types, though. You really can't tell well from this distance.
What is the rough distance?
You are about 500 feet away.
Okay. Right.
Actually, you're
sorry,
about
Paul.
500. I'm sorry. You're about 500 feet from the start of the caravan, which is part of the issue.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a quick question, and I apologize for my lack of understanding.
Sure.
I just looked up invisibility on my player's handbook for Castles and Crusades, and it doesn't say what the duration is. It just says special.
Yeah, the
For
duration.
invisibility?
It stays invisible until you make some kind of until somebody dispels it, or until you make a threatening move.
Okay.
Yeah, if you fall off your horse and break your neck, we'll have a hard time finding the body.
When you say okay, perfect. And when you say a threatening move,
Basically some kind of attack.
Okay. If I cast a spell that's an area of an effect, I guess that would be an attack. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. I'm not going to cast invisibility. Not yet.
Okay.
Or at all.
That's fair. All right then. So yeah, the knight has quite a bit of a head start on you. And without fear, or any sign of fear, just basically you watch as the knight just rides right past the caravan and plows into the first opponent it can find. And you hear in hushed tone behind you, just Roxanne says, "Grandfather."
Riding to his aid.
I'm not going to ride directly to his aid. I'm going to try to circle around just to make sure that we are really alone and these are the only bandits.
Okay.
I'm going to drop off a little bit from the path and kind of walk up, but cautiously and alongside my group.
Heard somebody.
The bandits bark, eh?
Yeah, my cat jumped up on the desk and my dog didn't like that plan.
Understood. Fair enough. Yeah. So, you note that the lance is now discarded, and the knight is engaged with at least three of the bandits as you're all riding towards it. And there is some furious combat taking place. And this goes on for a couple of rounds while you get closer. Is there a certain distance at which you want to take some action other than, before actual melee?
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, as as I move forward, once I get within range, I plan on brandishing my holy symbol and casting bless, hoping to get the knight in there as well.
All right. So, what is the range on bless?
I think it's about a 40-foot burst. So you'll have to be real close.
Range 50 feet.
50. My bad. 40's the prayer, I think.
All right. So basically, that'll be the round before you're able to all get in melee with, in terms of the horses.
Yes.
Anyone else from a range distance?
Sal will cast sleep at 150 feet.
Sleep?
Yep.
I don't like my chances to hit with a missile from horseback since I'm not trained in it. I just want to close as quickly as possible and then jump off, and maybe I can start yanking people off horses.
All right.
The one spell, I mean, if we're gonna do the range in advance, once I get to 50 feet, the problem is I want to know can we just know where we're at 50 feet, like what the composition is, because I may not want to cast that spell.
Sure. At this point, you're seeing 8 bandits. 5 of them are definitely 5 of them are human. 3 of them look to be bugbears.
Ugh.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So I've got something I'm going to cast at 50 feet.
And you note that of the ones that are currently engaging the knight, one is a bugbear, and then there are 2 of the humans, and the bugbear is the one that's directly facing him.
Leif's going to try to close distance to within 100 feet.
Okay, so at 150 feet, Sal casts sleep. Sal, in terms of who are you trying to hit with that sleep?
He's going to try to center it around the bugbears.
Be weird if you crashed the horses.
Actually, I'm sorry. I should have checked my own notes. They're not bugbears. They're hobgoblins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good. I was picturing like that Ookla guy from He-Man or
my bad.
Thundar.
Same difference. He's going to go after the non-humans.
All right. I'm going to give you a 50-50 chance to see whether or not you can get... You won't be able to get all 3 of them. And if you do the one that's engaged, you're likely going to end up getting Sir Reginald. So...
hopefully
actually,
he has more hit dice than they do.
Do me a favor. Roll a percentile dice for me.
Okay. 45.
45. You managed to get the 2 hobgoblins as well as one of the other bandits, one of the human bandits.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, so that was at 150 feet. You said something at 100 feet, Leaf?
I'm going to try to close distance to 100 feet and pause to see what happens so I'm going to take a delayed action on this.
All right. You take a delayed action. You do see the 3 suddenly just drop to the ground. Though you're used to Sal spellcasting by now. Between Sal and Hans, you're used to the possibilities of spellcasters. So this doesn't really surprise you. Hans, you said 50 feet, correct?
Yep, that's right. I know we're still doing theater of the mind thing here.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of, so how many of these bandits are in a 20 by 20 by 10 foot like distance of each other without me catching Lagamundo or anyone else that's an ally?
Well, you definitely would catch the 3 without catching the knight himself. I'm actually going to give you the other 5, the 3 that are asleep, and the 2 humans that are going over and trying to figure out what the hell happened to their people.
Okay, so I'm going to cast web
All
on
right.
these guys. A many-layered web, 20 by 20 by 10, thick mass of strong, sticky strands resembling a giant spider's web, spews from my hands, and it needs to be anchored in some solid diametrically opposed points. I mean, I could probably figure that out.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
trees or whatever. But either way,
All right, since
yes, they have to make a dex check or something, or become
yeah,
stuck.
and the 3 that are asleep get no such check. The 2 that are awake, well, one of them. You're level 3, correct?
I am. I think I might have a D. Do I? I think the DC might be on my character sheet. Or maybe not.
One of the 2 is able to sidestep, but the other one gets caught and ends up going down and is like trying to get himself out of it and is having all kinds of hell. Both he and his horse get caught in it. He ends up getting knocked off his horse and is just trying to avoid getting trampled by the panic-stricken horse. The other one turns tail and flees. You hear the hobgoblin that is fighting the knight roar something at him, but he's basically fleeing quickly to the east. I need to check on something. So, the knight manages to take out the 2 humans that were fighting him. However, you see him take a couple of vicious blows from the hobgoblin, just as you all get to actual melee range. And
All
he
right, I'm gonna
falls from his
dismount
horse.
when that happens. I
And
don't
you
want to
see
fight on
he's-
horseback.
You see he's kind of slumped over in his saddle and the horse is kind of just trying to get away.
With all of this stuff happening on the way up, I will pretty much, the enemy for the most part is down or whatever. I will hold off on my bless spell and just continue forward drawing my my mace.
Okay.
Looks like we have the upper hand. I don't know.
How far away is the fleeing hobgoblin?
Was it a human or a
it's-
hobgoblin?
The one
that
that's
was
fleeing,
fleeing?
the one that's fleeing is human. He managed to catch 2 hobgoblins with the sleep. The one that's fleeing would be about 60 feet away.
All right, I try to pursue that one.
All right. I want you to give me roll 20-sided die and let me know what you get.
It's a 16 on the roll.
Your horse is in better shape at this point than theirs are. Not they've been riding harder for longer. And yeah, you're able to catch up to the one. So let's do this. The hobgoblin that is left. Is anyone engaging in Lagomund? Are you engaging in melee with it?
I am.
All right, roll.
I've been requested to punch a hobgoblin.
Yeah. We're gonna do one. This initiative round is just going to be for you and the hobgoblin
Okay.
because you haven't gotten to do anything yet. What'd you get?
5.
We both got a 5, so you get to go first.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, as I said, I dismount. I'm gonna walk up and punch a hobgoblin, showing him that Realmord people aren't afraid of any dirty hawk jubbly. Let's see.
All right.
Let me pull up my sheet again. And punch. I got a 13.
13 is not going to be enough to hit the hobgoblin.
I thought it might not be. Okay.
The hobgoblin turns on you and swings a rather wicked-looking sword at you.
Yuck.
And he swings very, 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 very badly.
Good. I was like, I hope he didn't learn how to fight from mountain lions because they went to the right school.
Yeah, no, he went in the other direction. Apparently fighting the knight took everything out of him. You note that Roxanne and Percival both rushed to the aid of Sir Reginald.
Good. I was hoping they would.
Is he down?
He's not on the ground, but he's kind of slumped over in his saddle. All right, so there actually, Leif, since you and the other ones are far away, roll initiative for your attack against the thing. Actually, you know something? Let me see if he even notices you. Nope, you get a free attack.
Well, first off, I start shouting something in gibberish and say, "Stop now or I will incinerate you."
Okay, now you roll initiative.
6.
Incineration.
You still get to attack first.
Did that stop him at all?
Nope.
Give him no pause? Oh, man. All right. That's a 17 on the roll.
That's going to hit.
And that's going to be D6 plus 2. That's a 6. So that's going to be an 8.
That is enough to knock him from his horse.
At the same time, I say, I give you one last chance. Surrender now.
And he's rolling on the ground, just groaning. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's not dead, but he's not in good shape.
Okay, keep him at sword point then, of course.
All right. The rest of you, there's the one hobgoblin looking at all of you, and he throws his sword away and just puts his arms up.
I will hog tie him.
And I will move to check on the knight with that happening.
I bind my hostage.
As you go to the knight, you see that he is still alive. He's taken some really, really nasty gashes. His armor is pretty well rent. Both Percival and Roxanne are trying to keep tears out of their eyes.
Bandage him.
Yes.
Kids.
I tell them to bring him down off of his horse, and as I prepare bandages from my pack to bandage him up and cast Cure Light Wounds on him.
Oh, don't waste the healing spells on NPCs.
All right.
I'm gonna die now. I know it. Okay.
Roll
Nice,
your
nice.
inside to die.
I do want to bandage him first, though.
Yeah, no, they go through the process of bandaging him.
All right, that is
bandages alone would not have been enough for him if you had just bandaged him and no healing. Yeah, he was.
I did get an 8 on the die, so thank
Oh,
goodness
excellent,
for that. So,
excellent. Um, you notice that he's breathing easier now. He still looks very worn. And I'm gonna put up a picture of Sir Reginald because I've got one and I want to use it. Ha. Um. By the way, Portrait Works is great. I love Portrait Works. They just keep adding to it.
And I will gently remind our group of the extra gold for catching the leader. In case anybody wants to get that.
Assuming this isn't a small band of the bandits.
Well, we knew some of them weren't human, and I kicked the hobgoblin gently, not hard, just enough so that
Damage.
he's not human. Dirty non-humans.
You to interrogate them.
Yeah.
Re-
We
Reginald
only
reaches up and basically grabs Thraskin by the arm. Thank you. I thought I had swung my last there.
you're more than welcome, good sir. Here's some water. I get my water skin out and
He
give him some water.
he takes a sip of water, and he you see his eyes go, and as if he's noticing Percival and Roxanne for the first time. I remember telling the two of you to stay at the campsite.
Sir Reginald, we are from the Sundered Guild Adventuring Company, hired from Ragby to assist with the banditry, and on our route south from Felton, we encountered your squires, and they opted to come with us to your aid. Surely we can set up a camp in less time than it would normally have taken them. They are safe.
And as he says this, I offer him some of the dried fish that we picked up. I kept some of it, so I'm going to offer him a little bit of dried fish as protein, just to have a little bit of a, you know.
My thanks. It is good to know that there are those still willing to help. And you notice, Lagamundo, as you were talking, you notice that Roxanne had her mouth open as if she was about to say, and realizes that you're talking on her behalf and getting her out of having to make any excuses. She just says, just points over to what he said.
All right, now let's see what this one has to say. So are all the bandits, if they're not disabled, I mean, if they're held in webs, we want to get them disarmed and tied up.
Okay.
So I don't want us to sit here jawing while bad guys get away or regroup.
And how many are there humans and how many of them are hobgoblins that are still now all tied up together?
5 humans, 3 hobgoblins.
And does any of the humans or hobgoblin, but humans look like maybe their kind of gear insignia stand out that might be more of the leader versus
A
not?
little better dressed, right?
Actually, no. None of the particular. You had the feeling that the hobgoblin, or one of the hobgoblins, was in charge, but it may just be more of a fear factor than anything else. You don't get the sense that any of them were particular. None of them strike you as a leader type.
Okay. Sal is gonna kind of look at one of the, I guess the one that maybe is most likely to be in charge, and he casts Charm Person on one of the human bandits to and then is going to start interrogating that bandit to see if basically questioning them. Are they alone, or are there more of them? And what's their purpose? And then finally, where are they coming from? And if there are more of them, do they have a hideout of where there might be more of them?
And as he's doing that, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to I'm gonna cast light, the little cantrip on a rock. I'm gonna hold it up to their face. It'll be like a real interrogation.
I will also spend some time as they, pulling off belts, boots, more or less taking any place where they could hide a dagger or take their belt pouches and stuff. Just more or less
Okay.
just leave them with their breeches and
And
armor
I
on or whatever.
assist with
Yep.
greyhawking them. If they've got any coins or anything, I want to relieve them of that extra weight as well.
Oh
It'd
yeah,
be-
let's search these guys and take whatever they have. They're bandits, like it's
Did
free.
the caravan stop when they saw that we had defeated them, or they just keep charging past us?
That's a good point.
The caravan does come to a stop, and they're keeping nobody is. They're basically the riders are still on the buckboards. They don't seem to be making any move to get down, because for all they know, you're possibly just better bandits than the bandits that they've been facing. So
Yeah, I expected as much
Fair.
there.
you but yeah, they have come to a stop. The bandit does fail his saving throw for charm, and oh, hi, you look very kind.
Yeah, so Sal peers down at the bandit and says, well, thank you. And then he starts to engage him in a conversation and first asks him, where were you coming from?
Oh, well, we've got our camp. I mean, every good group needs a camp. You need a camp out here. It's way too cold not to have a camp.
And where might that be?
You can't miss it. If you head east, I'm not great with distances. I think it's maybe 3-4 miles or so. You'll see a couple of rocks that are stacked one on top of each other, kind of like a totem. You're gonna want to turn off the road there, and you'll see it gets a bit grassy, and there's a bit of a grassy hill, and well, we're on top of that hill. There, it won't take long. You'll see kind of a path that'll lead you up it. Yeah.
And you said we're. Does that mean that there's more of you than just this crew that you have here?
This isn't all of us. I mean, the rest of them needed some. Well, it was time for us to prove ourselves, and I guess we didn't do a good job of that, did we? Huh?
Oh, that's neither here nor there. We're all friends here.
Li-
And so,
Listen, when you see Cole, please tell him that we tried our best, but we didn't really have any leadership out here, and the plan was awful, and we just we're all new recruits. I mean, what do you want? It's
and Cole must be your leader.
oh yeah, Cole's great. He's fantastic. I mean, the man can plan raids like nobody's business. I don't know how he does it, but he's managed to get all types talking to each other.
What does he look like?
Yeah, what's Cole look like?
Oh, well, he's not the tallest guy in the world. He interestingly enough, I won't say he's short, at least not to his face, because I mean Cole would kill me. But he's medium height, maybe on the slightly shorter side of medium. He's got kind of longish brown hair. I mean, I don't think he gets into town much, and he's not one for having a knife anywhere near his neck. So, cutting his hair is not on the agenda. little scruffy. Doesn't quite have a proper beard. I'm not quite sure he can grow a proper beard, but I'm not one to judge.
So, do you think?
Human.
Oh, go ahead.
He's human.
Oh yeah, he's very human. Some of our
And-
associates not so much.
Do you think there's enough of you of your crew where they wouldn't even recognize you by what you look like? Meaning that there's so many of them that you just kind of fall into ranks and that
Oh no,
Cole wouldn't
not we're not quite that big yet. I mean, Cole has dreams. Listen, the man gives a hell of a speech. I didn't think we'd meet defeat so quickly, but I guess that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
do
Do you know where Cole comes from?
No, he hasn't. That he hasn't said.
And are there any other crews of bandits or any other, I shouldn't say bandits, are there any other nice people like you that go around and acquire things that you might also be acquainted with, that you work with, who do the same types of things that you do,
That don't follow Cole?
that don't follow Cole, but are kind of friendly with Cole?
No. Cole gives them a choice. They either join or they can. Well, they can either join. They can go find other hunting grounds, or they can die. Some decided to test him on it. Didn't go very well.
Is Cole working for anyone specifically or no? Or
Not
does he
that
just
I know.
work for himself?
He doesn't share. He didn't share that information.
Okay.
You say you don't know where he's from, but does he speak with a different accent than say you have?
I admit accents are not something. I mean, unless they're very, very, very obvious, they're not something I'm very good at picking up on.
Gotcha.
And if we were to approach your camp, do you have any lookouts, or is there someone that's gonna maybe greet us if we didn't pass a certain signal to them to let them know that we're friends?
There are a couple lookouts. I can't say how well they're looking out. I have not been with them long enough to know that. But I mean, when you have a camp with an ogre in it, you tend not to worry about such things.
Ogre?
Oh, did I forget to mention the ogre?
You did.
Ed,
I'm gonna take Lagamundo and Thraskin and Alex aside while Sal keeps talking to this guy. I'm just gonna kind of gesture over to them so that we can maybe have a chat away from earshot.
Okay.
If you guys want to come along.
Indeed.
And I'm just gonna kind of whisper to you guys, like, should we just get like the knight to take these guys and like arrest these guys and like take them back to the town and then keep going?
That's exactly what I was hoping.
Because
We
like
might need Cole to lead us in there.
yeah, well
Or
that's the
not Cole,
other
but
thing.
the new recruit that knows him.
Yeah, like
And I suggest we tell him that the hobgoblins were planning to betray him and maybe get some intergroup warfare going, some skullduggery.
Let's see how this works.
yeah,
They
well,
seem
that was going to be the other option I wanted to kind of canvas with you guys because we've got one guy who's kind of his friend now, which
How long does that last, though?
I think it's I'll tell you.
It lasts 1 hour per level.
Yeah. So 3
Oh.
hours.
That,
I mean,
that should be enough to get you
There.
there and to inside the camp.
sounds like a plan.
so
Or
what?
I asked the hobgoblin his name.
Yeah,
I also want we want numbers. It sounds like there's an ogre there. There was these 8, but how many others besides Cole? I mean, if we go walking into a camp of 30, I don't want to do that.
Okay. I can
Plus
do
the
this.
guys that we're going in with, if we start killing everybody, might turn on us at that point. So
Right.
He says, right about now, I don't know that there'd be more than 9 or 10, maybe as many as 12, but they've gone looking for. There's been some foraging required. The caravans have not been coming as quickly, you see. So, so we've needed other supplies.
Sal asked Lagamundo, friend, do you have the capabilities to poison people?
The capability to what?
Poison people.
No.
He's a thief, isn't he? Isn't
Yeah.
Lagamundo?
Yeah, I steal things. I
But
grew up on the hard streets of Real Mod. What do you expect?
have you ever poisoned anyone?
Nah. I'm no assassin. I crack people in the back of the head. Take their money.
Re-ass Knuckles.
Bad people,
Yes,
not good
Knuckles.
people like yous.
So then he turns to Leaf and says, Leaf, in your travels and your experiences in the wild, are there certain herbs or things that you know that can potentially poison certain people, or you might not want to eat in your travels?
My internal instincts tell me a nature roll is coming.
Sal, you're a very dark elf.
Unless you're going to give me that information as knowledge from.
So give me let's do this. Let's do this. Give me an intelligence check.
Not wisdom.
No, because this is more of what you know, not what you
Damn,
perceive.
I was going for the prime. That was only a 9 on the roll.
I mean, you're aware of such things, and you could probably come up with the names of some of them. You're dubious as to the idea that you'd be able to find any around here.
Okay.
I'm aware of such things, Sal, but I am dubious that I'll be able to find such things around here, especially in this terrain.
Sal nods, noted. He's more thinking of, instead of going in and trying to do mass destruction, that is there a way to sneak our friend in and basically slip them something into their food to be able to at least kind of go after this group of bandits, not necessarily using our friend that we now seem to have as a way to potentially get in and do some work without us incurring the risks of just going after 12 people with an ogre. So Sal asks he says one more question to the bandit. He says, so when you normally go into camp, do you go right into the front door, or is there a front entrance of where these lookouts are, or is there a way that you normally approach as one of
we're on a small rise, so the direct route is really the only easy one.
And so that's the route that you typically will take yourself.
Yes.
And are there any other routes into the camp that you know
of? Without at least maybe not climbing gear, but the willingness you try climbing cold hard rock, probably not.
Let's get the names of the hobgoblins.
And I'm going to start disarming them, by the way, and dropping all the weapons in the caravan.
The names of the hobgoblins are Griff, Sneck, and Rort.
Rort?
Rort. Rort.
Okay.
Like a regular cereal bunch.
You said Snork?
Rort.
No, Riff. What was the second one's name?
Griff. Oh God.
Riff.
Griff, Neck, and Rort.
Sneck.
And Rort. Crackle, pop. Got it.
I I do want to make it clear that I am serious about removing all of their boots.
Eh,
It's the biggest insult that the follower of the dwarven god of travelers can do to other people. So
Fantastic.
Curtis, thank you so much for dropping in. See you soon. Only a few months to GaryCon.
Now, are they all garbed in similar like cloaks or anything like that we could use as disguise?
No, nothing.
All
Nothing really remotely resembling a uniform.
No insignia or anything.
No.
All right. Well, I think it's time to get going. Can we at least put on cloaks so that we might look like returning bandits?
I guess we're going to tie the mounts that they had off to the caravan as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're probably going to be tied to them for
Or
taking them
considering
as
how
prisoners.
vicious they said this leader is, maybe we should come back with something to make it look like we were successful.
Well, I was thinking it would be an interesting idea to kind of do like a Skywalker thing where like they come back pretending like they caught us so that they gain his favor.
Hmm.
And so we kind of come in as if we're like prisoners, and then they did actually, in fact, prove themselves. So he'd be kind of like happy about that, right?
I like that.
and
Well, except for the fact they slaughter everyone that they've found so far.
Yeah.
the
You'd be
horses.
surprised they brought us back.
I think the horses would be a good ploy if we came in walking the horses.
Yeah, let's just take their horses so that they look the same.
Well, did they have horses?
Yeah,
I
They
thought
did.
they did. Okay,
they were charging.
Yeah, we
gotcha.
can just leave
Okay.
our riding horses with the caravan to help bring the prisoners along.
Not in the face gaming. Great name.
I was getting the
Thank you for
impression
the follow.
Thraskin wants them to walk back to the town.
Indeed.
Barefoot.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we could just convince them that like
With no
the
boots.
way to prove themselves, and they should just go along with it. And we don't have to tell them that we don't have to tell the leader that's what actually happened. And we want to like join this group, and so maybe they can help us out. We'll help you out if you help us out.
So what was it you're actually asking them to do?
I don't think we should let any of them go back because they'll just be extra people we have to
Yeah,
kill.
that and they're terrified of their leader already, so I don't think we'll be able
Okay.
to intimidate them. I mean, I threatened to incinerate the one, and he didn't even falter.
Yeah,
Okay. Never mind. Quash that plan.
It's a good thought, though. Different group
What-
of people, I think. I
What
don't
was
trust these
the
bandits.
name? So Cole was the leader of the bandits.
Correct.
What was the name of the dude you befriended?
You never
we
actually did get his name.
Never got his name.
We'll get it.
Well, friend, what's your name?
Philip.
Bandit 1 or Bandit 3?
Bandit 1. I like that. You can call me Philip.
Phil. I'll call you Phil for short. Phil, I think we're gonna still be of need of your services here, but we're gonna. It would be great to maybe approach your camp and see what we can do to meet the rest of your friends. What do you think about that?
I think that would be great. I mean, we're always looking for more help.
New recruits.
Absolutely. Cole will be very impressed by you all.
Very good.
That's what we're hoping.
So, with regards to the bandits that you're sending, are you making them walk back, or are you tying them to their horses and having their horses led back to the town? I should say.
Rope them off to the back of the caravan. Sound?
Let them walk
Let
behind the
them-
caravan. I'm sure the caravanners would prefer that to putting them on horses and
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. No.
Plus, it'll give the caravan more horses to pull their wagon if they need.
And the knight and the squires were going to make sure that the bandits don't escape, right? They were going to go with the caravan.
let's ask Sir Reginald.
See if they approve.
Do you wish to stay with to guarantee the safety of your caravan, or do you wish to accompany us to take the fight to these bandits?
Sir Reginald gives you a knowing smile and he says, "If I were a younger man, I would be hell bent on bringing them to justice. But age brings the wisdom to know that the caravan is much too important to chance. So, I thank you for keeping my my squires safe, and if you are in need, what company you are part of an adventuring company?"
That's right. You got hit on the head.
The
The
Sundered
company of the
Shield.
Sundered Shield.
And I'll let him know about the constable that we spoke to, and maybe he can convey to the constable that this is kind of the progress that we made. And that would really assist us, so that way the constable knows that we're doing the work that he asked us to do.
It would be my honor. Here, I have something for you. And he reaches into a pouch and pulls out two potions. One is in a rather orange color. He says, this one will give one of you strength, and I am told it is the strength of a giant, though I am not clear on what kind of giant. So results may vary. And this one is it is only to be used for someone who is on the verge. I would have had to have used it myself had I'd been able to think of it, but and he hands you basically one potion of giant strength, which I will let you in on later, depending on if you end up using it, and the other one is a potion of cure critical wounds.
Ooh.
Nice. That's valuable.
I'm a little worried that we don't have any real fighters going in and into a den of bandits with an ogre.
What? You
Yeah,
got Lalamundo.
very
What else
good.
do you need?
Exactly. I'll challenge him to a battle of fisticuffs.
I
Me
mean,
versus Andre the Giant. What could go wrong?
It's like professional wrestling. Yeah, it'll be great.
and I mean, Thraskin's a cleric. I mean, it's not like he's, not battle hardened of sorts.
This is true. All right.
And I do have the ability even yet today, that the leader, I can perhaps hold him, right? I have a whole person spell to at least take him out of the fight. I don't know how useful that would be. But I would say if I was to use that, it would be on him specifically.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's go up
Make
the
haste.
road a little way with the caravan and then take off. Let's see, what time of day is it? It's late afternoon, isn't it? Or is it early evening already?
It is early evening already.
Okay, so maybe we want to catch them at night or first thing in the morning before they're all awake. We'll have to go up and look for. We can use. Do we want to? Well, we got good directions on where to look for that, where the rocks were stacked, right?
Oh, we are
yeah.
we are limited on time too of this guy being friendly.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of hesitant to take him along.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
don't want
let's
somebody who can tell us we're liars in 3 hours. So let's go ahead and roll and
Make haste. Yep.
make haste. And like I said, maybe catch these guys at night or first thing in the morning when there's less people awake.
The sun goes down as you get closer. You see, the twilight is deepening, getting really to the point of being nightfall. However, it doesn't take long, and Leaf, you kind of hear it first, and as well as Sal, the sound of it sounds to be some bit of revelry happening up on a hilly area, and there's the glow of basically unfettered campfires. It actually makes it quite easy to find the rather totem looking set of rocks that just as Philip had described them, that mark the point where to turn off the road.
All right. Well, let's move up quietly, and then when we get closer, tell them that it's Cole and that we're back from the ambushing the caravan.
So let's do this. Let me go to.
I'm just concerned they had no fear of discovery.
Mhm.
Before we leave, I'll make sure Sir Reginald knows where the hideout is as well, in case we get wiped out and nobody can return.
And you
Maybe
see
we'll
that.
have revenge.
And you see that it is a rocky. The path winds its way up the hill. At various times, you can see the huts up ahead. The fire is just beyond the huts, and the view of two rather lackadaisical-looking guards. At the end of the path, just before you would reach the huts. So what do we have for marching order?
Well, we have our charmed person that has to take the lead, right?
No, we're not taking him, are we? I
I,
thought we got good directions. We didn't want somebody who can
I thought we were
tell us
keeping
we
him.
were all liars in 3 hours. It's your call, guys, but I don't think we should take him. He's just going to turn around and tell us all the stories we spun is all lies here in
Plus, we
3
don't
hours.
know when the charm wears off and he could turn on us then, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So what do we have for marching order?
Let's do the same as we did before.
Yeah,
Yes.
same order.
Minus the squires. Yep.
And it's a good thing that I wrote that down. So we've got Leif.
Mm-hmm.
We have Lagamundo.
Yep. Then our 2 mages, then our cleric.
All right. So what do you do as you start to get closer and more likely to be in? You can basically you're able to kind of hide yourself from view a bit by staying close to the various rises and going when they do not appear to be looking in your direction.
Leif's going to cut his movement rate down and move silently, actually. So the party may end up passing him because he's going to move off to the side a little bit.
All right. Are you planning on climbing one of the hills or just keep walking?
I was going to try to work my way around one of the hills instead, exactly.
All right.
And
I mean, if we're going in at night, we're going in at night for sure, right?
Yeah, by this point it's nightfall.
Perfect. Okay, good to know.
Sal actually, because he's an elf and he knows Leif, he'll actually do the same thing and he'll kind of stick behind him but kind of couple a little bit with him but behind him a little bit. So again,
with Leif?
Yeah.
Okay.
But still, not side by side, but probably 5 feet or 5-10 feet behind him, but moving silently as well.
So that way, if anyone draws attention, we can jump in.
Yeah.
And I'll have my my +1 dagger drawn.
All right.
Guns for show, knives for pros.
I'll do my best to try and not look like a dwarf because I don't think they have any dwarves. So
Oh, good point.
I'll just kind of be in the back, maybe on the horse, right? I mean, kind of at least mask.
Dwarves and hobgoblins look alike, don't they?
Yeah.
Kidding,
Maybe-
kidding, kidding.
We should have tied you up and said this one's for entertainment or something. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Let's see. Hold on a second. Oh, good. Yeah, no. You actually have the perfect person to go against the ogre. Now I think about it.
That's very reassuring.
As we do approach, I do inform everyone that if things start happening, I do also have the silence spell that if a fight breaks out, but I just want to warn any of the other spellcasters that
Ooh, that's handy.
if anything were to happen and we need to mask sound, I likely would drop that and we'd have to do weapons. So be prepared for that.
We've worked with Raskin long enough to know this.
All right, so I'm going to move all of you or the rest of you up to here because you're able to like wind around. The two, Leif and Sal, are kind of like just leaning over the hill, very, very low to the ground, almost impossible to see, especially since the two people guarding are human. They're staring off into the darkness with light, ambient light behind them. What you can see beyond them are 5 what look to be huts that have the type that are able to be made brought up and down in relatively short order of time. They're not permanent structures by any stretch of the imagination.
They look very flammable.
They do actually look relatively flammable, yeah. Not to mention it. There is a large campfire, more or less, in the center. And actually, let me move you further up, just so you're able to see.
I don't actually have access to this map. I'm sorry.
Look at
On Twitch.
If you go to the Twitch stream, I've got it up there.
Okay, I only have just us talking. I don't have the
The full.
Oh, there it is. Sorry,
yeah, that's all right. There's probably like 30-second
paused
lag
it.
time
That's
between
why
two.
I stopped it from playing. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you know how far away you are so that you're not waiting for it to update for yourself.
One thing that I do want to bring, who has the potion of giant strength? Who is the one who is likely going to drink that and fight the ogre if
We were
everything
trusting
goes
you.
sideways? Oh,
I'll be glad to have giant strength.
okay.
Well, yeah, Ligamundo would probably be the one.
Okay. I'm totally good with that. I just wanted to make sure that we knew whose person it was on. So.
All right. So let's do this. You each, with relative ease, because of all the activity going behind them. Actually, let me just make sure I don't roll a natural 20. I rolled a natural 1.
You're gonna save that for the ogre.
I rolled a natural 1. The two guards have absolutely zero clue that anybody is approaching. So you all get to make the first move.
Can I just canvas my first move with the group before we go down this path? I had the initial idea to cast sleep on the guards that are outside and just kind of disable them.
Well, that's a good idea.
And then cast pyrotechnics on the big bonfire and just make everything just smoky clouds. Nobody can see anything. I think that's what pyrotechnics does, but then maybe I'm crossing my additions. So
there's a couple of
double check
effects,
that.
I think. Yeah.
That's pretty solid.
What is the range on pyrotechnics?
I am just looking it up because I think I'm using different. I think I'm importing things personally from.
No, listen. Addition and rule set.
150 feet.
150 feet on pyrotechnics.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can definitely do that. By the way, it's probably not clear because of how small they are, but this one here, and you'll see eventually move around. It's basically just south of the ogre, south and a little to the left of the ogre, is the one who looks more of a leader type.
He's
got
the short. He's the short guy.
short guy, the nicer armor, nicer clothing.
So consulting with the other spellcasters and other members of the group, I say I've got this spell, and there's a big bonfire, and I can either try to blind them for a D4 rounds, assuming people are outside, in which case we might want to draw a bunch of people outside with some big noise and then hit them with the pyrotechnics, or I could do the pyrotechnics with the big smoke cloud, and that's just a 20-foot radius. But it only lasts for 1 round per level, so it only lasts for 3 rounds.
I like the blinding
I like the
personally.
blinding. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm happy to kind of do that if you guys want to. I'm assuming we get a little bit of time to kind of chat about what we're gonna do. So
Yeah, you're
Hushed whispers, yeah.
especially since the what do you call it? The guy's not with you, and you're no longer worried about time. Yeah, you can take your time and figure out what you want to do.
okay, that's
By the
my
way,
intention.
just so I mention, we are coming up on 4:00 Eastern. I know that was the initial time. Are you okay with going a little longer to
Yeah.
get?
I'm okay.
Anyone have a hard
We're
stop?
gonna start at 4, so I've got I've, I've got a bunch of time. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the full expanse of that camp, Rob?
Actually, what you're seeing there is pretty much the camp. That's
About 100 feet by 100 feet.
let's see. 15, 20.
That looks about right.
It's maybe about 70 by 70.
All those are 5-foot squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 60, 70 by yeah. That's about right.
Roughly speaking, about 70 square feet.
Sorry, I'm just trying to gauge which other spells might help here.
Or not 70 square feet. 490 square feet. So 70 by 70. Mm.
I wonder how long the potion will last.
So, one of the things that happens is while the guards are there, the two of the ones that were closer to the guards, as the night grows deeper, go closer to the fire.
Okay. So do you guys like? Should I go for it? Should I go with the sleep thing?
I like that plan. They might not even see those guys slump off, especially if one or two of us, well, like me, is
Just
ready
coup de
to
grace.
haul them off behind this hut.
Oh yeah, that's epic. Okay, so I will do it then. I'm assuming you guys got what you're up to, so I will cast sleep upon them.
And
Noting
I
they
I
have
will not be within range of the spell, but be close enough to quickly dash forward and haul them off behind the, or at least haul one of them off behind the hut here. The one between us and the or those hobgoblins.
All right. So I'm going to put Lagamundo
Sorry, one more quick one.
I'll have some
over here.
some hog ties quickly made.
Actually,
So I can tie them up.
I'm just going to put them in the hut to show that they're effectively.
Okay.
So we're at a range where we can see the ogre right now.
Yeah, the ogre's kind of hard to miss.
And how tall is he roughly if we were to gauge it from this distance?
Probably at least 8 feet.
Ogre sized. Yeah, I tie these guys up and gag them.
So
They can sleep through their noses.
So Hans is kind of using the hut as partial cover, or mostly cover so you're able to cast that second spell. Thraskin, I'm assuming you're moving up with them.
Yes.
As far as uh, Leif and Sal, are you holding where you are, or are you moving up, or what do you want to do?
Leif's going to try to get within 100 feet of the ogre.
I think you're within 100 feet of him,
Just
right
on the
around the
outer
edges
edge
of the
there.
hut. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
so I was hoping.
I'll have you like just peeking beyond the thing.
And he's touching the ground and starts casting.
And Sal, what about you?
Sal is gonna actually hold tight that he's within 150 feet of the ogre, and he's getting kind of a couple spells ready. When his first round, he's gonna cast probably shield on himself, but then he'll move to cast another spell after that.
All right, so you've got the shield on yourself. Everybody is in place. You are all going to get a surprise attack, at which point, after which we will roll initiative. Because you've taken out the guards, but you're going to need to go now because they will eventually notice that the guards are missing.
All right.
Were you doing pyrotechnics?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know if we're good on the sleep. Did that work out?
Yeah, the sleep worked out. He's got the two that are in the lower right hand corner that look like they're in the hut. Those two
Okay.
are asleep.
Are you guys telling me go on the pyrotechnics then?
So, Robert, just so you know, my plan, like Legamundo, is going to wait until they're blind. We went with the blinding, right?
Yep.
As soon as they look blinded and are staggering around, I'm gonna dash up to the closest hobgoblin and kidney punch him as a backstab, if I'm allowed to.
Okay.
So you
Well,
want to
if
go?
that's the case,
I'm gonna drink the potion. It should last several minutes, which will probably be longer than this combat.
okay. And I'm gonna just say, well, if you guys are ready to go, close your eyes.
Yep. I'm
And
waiting until they're blinded and are staggering about.
and I cast pyrotechnics.
All right, let me look at the spell. I almost have it up. I like this. I love plans.
Kind of be out of line of sight of the fire behind the, where we tied up the guys, and just kind of close our eyes. And once it flash goes off, go to work.
So it's like
Blinds creatures within 100 feet of the fire source are 1d4 rounds. Wow, dexterity negates. So for the ogre, this might actually work out in the ogre's favor because that should be physical. That's a physical check. So that's going to be prime for him.
And we're all prepared for this.
And I rolled a natural 20 for the ogre, so the ogre is not blinded. This guy had come in towards the fire. So let's go with Cole. I just rolled 2 natural 20s in a row.
Stop it.
Get him out of the way, I guess.
That was not a natural 20. It was close to save, but this one does not save. Hold on. Oh, well, hold on. Tokens.
Well, that kind of fell flat, but hopefully the other guys will be blinded. It was a big show. It's like a big, fireworks show.
Of course, it's going to be the last damn thing when I check, isn't it?
Flashing,
Of course it is.
fiery, momentary burst of glowing and colored aerial lights.
But he spilled something into the fire wrong.
All right. Blinded.
So yeah, to be clear, I'm not even looking that direction until I notice
Mm-hmm.
that the fireworks have stopped.
Yeah, he forewarned us, so I think we're all ready.
And I did drink the potion of giant strength, whatever it is.
And I will be casting Bless.
Can you tell me what the strength is now that I've actually drinking it?
Hill Giant Strength.
Which is 19?
I believe it's a 19, yes.
Okay, I'm going to change my strength to 19 temporarily for now.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second. No, this one is not blinded. So we'll do it for this. Yep, this one's blinded. So, other than the fact that the two biggest concerns are not blinded, that pyrotechnics worked out fantastic. In fairness, the ogre was going to have a pretty good shot anyway, just because it's a physical save, and that makes it a prime for him. And he is not a one-hit die creature.
Granted.
All right. I know, Leif, you're going to be attacking the blinded hobgoblin. I'm assuming.
I know it was Legamundo was going to
Legamundo,
kidney punch.
Legamundo was going to come up and backstab.
All right, Leif, what were you doing?
I'm going to cast a sinkhole right around the ogre and try and get that 25-foot radius to see if I can catch anyone else down below him too.
Oh yeah, get Cole in there too.
Yes. Yep.
Beautiful.
I
And
got
I'm casting Bless.
that spell has gotten more use in this.
I wasn't going to use it again, but you tempted me here.
Yeah, we keep ending up in these camps with outnumbered.
Yeah, one of these adventures, yes, you will be going underground, and it will not be as useful. I promise you.
Oh, sinkholes underground, very dangerous.
Let's see. So sinkhole.
So it's going to be 10 to 20 feet deep based on your decision on that.
Now, if we only had a mountain lion.
Oh, that's right. Sinkholes for what? From Adventure's Backpack?
Yes.
I was like wondering why that spell wasn't there.
I'm going to convince Leif to get a pet one of these days.
The creatures get a dex saving throw.
All right. So the ogre, again, this is a physical save. So
yeah,
natural one.
It's fail.
No, it's not quite a natural 20, but it was close.
Oh no! Come on.
Well,
come on, Cole at least has got to fall in there. Oh.
Cole does in fact fall in there.
Yay!
Sinkhole Cole.
Let's hope he let out a good Yahoo!
His new nickname.
As he fell.
The hobgoblin, the blinded hobgoblin is going to be doing this at a penalty. Blinded hobgoblin falls into the sinkhole.
Is the blinded hobgoblin close enough to fall into the sinkhole?
It's a 25-foot radius, she said.
Yeah.
Well, 25-foot radius. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he said diameter. I was like, that's not that big. So the whole fire and the whole camp is falling in there.
I'm sorry, 10-foot diameter plus 5 feet. So it's diameter, 25-foot diameter. My bad.
Oh, all right. So, yeah. So basically, 5, 10,
So that's
15,
the 3 at the
20,
top.
25.
Yeah, it's the 3 at the top.
Yeah, so these three.
Yeah, it should just be those 3.
So Cole and the hobgoblin fall into the sinkhole.
But at least gives the ogre an obstacle to get past now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did
So
it
are
take
you
the
saying-
fire? Where was it placed? Because did any of the tents or huts fall in on
Yeah,
top?
good
of them?
question.
Ooh. The campfire fall in on him. That'll be nice. Burning brands all over him. Ah.
It
I
really
like
will
that
be cold.
plan.
Yes.
I like that plan.
The two huts are kind of on shaky ground because part of it is sinking over a sinkhole, but they're at least they had a general idea of what they were doing because they managed to they're looking a bit unsteady. Wouldn't take much to take them down, but for now they don't fall in.
But the bonfire falls in with them, yeah.
Portions of the bonfire fall in with them.
Yeah.
There's some burning wood at the bottom of the
It's some screaming people with campfire coals falling all over them.
Fantastic. Coal with the coals.
Sal, were you casting a spell?
Yes, magic missile on the ogre.
All right,
2 missiles.
fire away.
Pew pew.
That is 5 points of damage.
The ogre is not amused.
Come on, the rest of us are.
Yeah, listen, I would be too if I were you guys. All right.
I was
So
casting bless.
you're casting bless, okay? Who are you casting bless on?
It's a 50-foot radius burst around me, so
Oh, so basically
it-
the entire party.
it gets everybody. Yeah. You have a +1 to hit and +1 on saving throws against fear.
All right.
Good. I'll need it when I have that ogre looming over me.
Well, Lagamundo, go ahead and make your attack.
All right. And I want to do it from his back so that I can do the extra damage.
Yep.
Let's see. And that gives me plus an extra 1 to hit and a plus another extra 1. Hold on. 1. That's a 1.
Hey, Brungo, good to see you.
All right. Punchy gets me a 19.
19 is
Right
going
in
to
his
hit.
back. So let's see what punchy damage with let's see, doubled will be 5 plus 3 is 8, doubled 16 points.
Ooh, that's a kidney shot.
Fantastic.
Nice.
The hobgoblin doesn't even, its mouth opens and it tries to let out a scream of pain as basically you just go right into its kidney.
Yeah.
And you see its entire body just kind of tremble, shake, and then fall flat to the ground.
From Realm Mod, where the hand is used like a knife.
And this one I am actually going to take off the board because of course I don't remember how to take them off the board. Ah, that's right. Haha. That's one down. All right. So now we are going to roll initiative. For the ogre. Of course.
That's a D10, right?
For the hobgoblin. Yeah, D10, please. And for Cole. All right. 10. Let me get you back. 9.
9.
Go ahead.
I'm going to cast Entangle
All right.
in an area to try and catch the ogre at the edge of it, and it's 50-foot diameter on Entangle. So that should miss any friendlies.
All right. Oh, yeah, you definitely missed friendlies.
All right, and it's going to be another physical save again for the ogre.
Okay. Actually, Hans, I need you to roll D4 for me. I forgot to ask for that before.
Oh yeah, that's for the blindness.
Yeah, it would be helpful to know how long that lasts.
2 rounds.
All right. So this is the second round. After that, their sight is going to come back. Because they got to do nothing in the first round because of it.
So where is the pit? Is it possible for you to draw it?
Yeah, I can do that. The
'Cause
ogre.
I don't want to run into the pit by accident.
So I swear I'm not doing this on purpose, but I just rolled another nat 20 for the damn ogre.
Are you kidding me?
That ogre's meant to kill me. I know it.
Oh, man. Listen, it could be worse.
I'm trying to remember. Does entangle permanently cover the area though? So he'd have to make a save anytime he tries to go through that area.
Yeah.
All right, so the pit is
Also going to be entangled too.
kind of like that, I guess.
And then could you show the AOF for area for the entangle on top of that?
Let's see.
So the blue is the pit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the entangle's 50. So from center there, 10, 20, 30, 40. That's a hell of an area.
Yeah, it is.
Looking for something for different colors.
It's going to be very challenging for the ogre to get anywhere near us.
So how big was the entangle area?
50-foot diameter.
Ah!
Is
Druid's
still, like,
outdoors.
do they still have like the when you cast the entangle, does that mean that it's still difficult like terrain or whatever? Is that
Hold on a second. Let me see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. No, that's actually not large enough.
It says within or moving through that location, holding them fast. So if it tries to move, it has to make a save again.
Great.
Yeah, Druid's
Yeah, that's
outdoors,
great.
man. They're brutal.
That's why he wants to put me underground.
All right. So actually, it's more like something like that.
The initial save is Dex, and then the break free, they'd need a strength check.
All right. So this one's automatically entangled. That one's automatically entangled. All right.
No, we need to stay out of that area though, too, right?
Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. That was what, 7?
That was a 9.
That was a 9. Okay. 8. 7.
I'm on 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on 8 too. You went quickly.
Okay.
Go ahead and go first.
I was simply moving maximum speed forward. Is all I was. My measly 20 or 25 or something like that.
Oh, that's right. You're a dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
You can run. So
If you run, you lose any dex bonus you might have. But if you don't have any, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I want to move kind of to the guys on the left that aren't in the entanglement area. Just to get up to do some melee with them.
all right. So if you want to stop there, you can do melee with this guy next round, though.
Okay. That's fine.
All right, and Lagamundo.
I'm going to move up and engage the bugbear. He's not blinded, right?
No, he's not blinded.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna move up and engage him then.
Actually,
Well,
let's
I
do
don't want to.
this.
I don't want to be where the bugbear can, where he can push me in.
All right, so you both stay there.
Oh, well, if you're gonna do that, then yeah, I'll take that if he wants to let me get behind the guy and backstab him. Otherwise, otherwise that.
Well, yeah, Thraskin a dwarf running up with his, his metal armor on is quite a bit noisier than a monk thief.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll move in there and then I'll go for the backstab. Did you want to swing or did you have to double move to get there?
He had a double move to get there.
Okay, I can easily move up and attack.
Mm-hmm.
So let me punchy. Nat 20.
Woo!
epic?
So that does max damage, which right now is
Brutal.
Yes, brutal.
9.
That's exactly right.
9 points.
And you hit it from behind?
Yeah, so double that. 18 points.
We're going to start calling you Lagamundo, Destroyer of Kidneys.
I like that.
Suddenly, Thraskin's right, I'm gonna hit him next round. Gonna hit him, and it slumps to the ground.
It'd
All
be
right.
cool. I don't know if you guys do this, but like in some editions and some systems, you have this Bane thing where it's like if you get enough crits doing the same thing, maybe your fist should get like Kidney Bane. Funny.
I got no issue. Yeah, I've got no issue with somebody getting a title for something that they become known for. All right, so that was 7 or 6.
That was 8.
Oh, I
That
am
was
I
8.
am
That was
6. Oh, okay.
All right, so that was 8, 7. I think I might have just lost my sound. Hold on.
Nope, we hear you.
Oh,
I hear you.
No, I'm 6.
okay. Go ahead, Hans.
Okay, I will shoot 2 magic missiles at the ogre.
All right, go ahead. Roll your damage.
Whittling him down before we have to fight him.
8 damage.
Nice. On magic missiles, that's awesome.
The ogre roars. He is not happy.
Damn, that's going to hurt us on the questionnaire after the fight.
So that was 6. 5. You hear shouting and growling and grunting from the bottom of the sinkhole as Cole starts working on trying to climb out of it. And then 4, or anyone else on 5, I should say. 4, 3.
Sal had 3.
Go ahead, Sal.
He is gonna cast acid arrow on the ogre.
Oh,
Nice.
I love you guys. I was
Who
worried
needs
about
a
an
fighter?
unhurt ogre wandering up
You know what,
to
you
me
took that
and start
giant potion.
thumping me.
Just stand there and flex now that you've taken that potion.
So
Intimidate the ogre from a distance.
I think that's a ranged attack. on
I
the
think
ogre.
isn't it a ranged touch attack? Even though it's
Yeah. So what's
That's
that?
what I'm checking on.
Yeah.
And then I have
Ranged,
to remember how ranged touch attack works without Fantasy Grounds doing the work for me.
Just ignore the AC.
Right.
I mean, just add in any dex or,
Mhm.
any perceived amount of dex given.
Well, he's not
Just-
going to have any much dex considering he's currently entangled, and he avoided the entanglement, but it's not like he can move.
Yeah, so probably a 10 is what he needs.
and do I add my dex bonus on that or no?
Yeah, it's ranged.
Okay. All right.
Shooting at somebody entangled is the
17.
metaphorical equivalent of shooting fish in a barrel.
That hits.
Probably easier because the fish can dodge.
We'll do 2d4 this round, and then next round the arrow does another 2d4. That's 2 and 1. So 3 points this round, and then we'll see what we get the next round.
So the ogre screams in pain because that hurt. That hurt like hell. The ogre screams in pain and takes from one of the poles from the hut to his basically right as you're looking at him, basically to the ogre's left. The hut itself collapses, and the ogre takes it in both hands, brings it over his head, and throws it in Lagamundo's general direction, ignoring the fact that he's got comrades in his way.
I really hope he rolls low.
See how
I
far you
don't
can
feel
throw a
he
hut.
will.
yeah, that pole would probably hurt pretty badly if you got hit with it.
That looks like that hurts.
Lagamundo, do me a favor, give me a dex check.
Yeah, I was quickly looking at deflect missiles, but I think I have to announce that I'm deflecting them ahead of time. I wasn't expecting somebody to rip out a pole and throw it.
Or
Okay,
build a
next,
crit.
I'm not entirely
next
sure
check
that
it is.
I'm not entirely sure you can deflect a pole coming at you, but this isn't that.
I got a 16. It's a prime.
You manage to jump out of the way as the pole doesn't quite make it to you, but rather lands in what's rest of the fire, which causes all kinds of sparks and stuff to come up. And you hear the guy who you had was just to your thing. Basically, you end up jumping back a bit.
Okay.
As he gets a whole bunch of fiery ash to the face and body.
Okay.
At that point, the ogre turns around and starts slowly walking away.
Made a save again, huh?
He's he's what do you call it? 4 hit die creature. It's a prime for him. Physical is a prime. Physical is a prime for him. So didn't roll 20 though, and has basically said, "To hell with you people. This hurts. This is not what I signed on for."
Hmm.
Just in time for that, you see Cole peek his head over the thing, start screaming at the ogre, "Where are you going? You get back here or you don't get paid."
How do you pay an ogre?
I say, hey, Cole, Riff, Sneck, and Rourke, set up yours.
All right. Is there anyone who has not yet attacked this round? All
I
right.
want to wait till he's at the edge of the pit and run up and kick him in the face. Right back into the pit.
So the blindness goes away. All right. Initiative.
Nice.
All right. 10.
I will go. I will
Mhm.
use my last magic missile of the day. That I prepared. And I will send it towards the ogre.
To hasten him along.
8 more damage.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wow. Lit his butt on fire.
The ogre is like, you see the ogre is like moving slowly, stumbling. I'm bleeding.
Oh wait, does he take more acid damage?
Oh, yes, he
He will,
does.
he will
Yeah.
on, yeah, he will when
Cool.
Doc goes.
So that
It's like
that was a 10,
torturing him as he goes away.
9.
That's me.
That's me as well.
Go ahead and go first.
Having that guy, that hobgoblin that I was running down, more or less, he goes down. I keep running straight forward, and what I want to do is with my shield, basically try and shove this guy into the entangled area. Basically,
Nice.
knock him backwards.
All right.
Nice.
You want to
think-
overrun him. Yep.
Yep.
And dwarves are sturdy.
Let's see.
It'll also put him into the fire, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 15 on the die. I don't know if there's any pluses. I have a total +3 with my
You would
heavy
add
mace.
your strength bonus at
Yep.
least.
Strength bonus. That's a
Yeah.
+2.
And bonus to hit.
Yeah, that's good enough to hit.
Okay. I more or less just want to knock him as far backwards as I possibly can. And stop at
let
the
me
edge.
see. Yeah, no, he loses his balance. He gets knocked backwards. You're basically, and You clip him. He ends up going back, falls backward, and unfortunately for him, between the smoldering already taking place from the ogre's log being the ogre throwing the pole, his clothes start catching on fire, and you hear him screaming,
Nice.
and he can't get out because he's entangled. Lagamundo.
All right. I'm going to, let's see, whip the bow off my shoulder and,
I'm going to actually list this one as dead because.
yeah, and fire at Cole.
All right, go for it.
How deep was that pit that Cole was trying to climb out of?
Has he poked his head up out into the entangle? Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Okay.
That's why he was
So-
screaming at the ogre.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But the ogre could probably see him in the hole from where he was. Okay, so I'm gonna whip my bow out and have a shot at him.
All right, go
I
for
could
it.
attack with my feet if I had to. So, why do I keep closing my sheet? Hold on. All right, bow short. Pachoo. Is a 15 a hit?
Yeah, because of the entangle, he's not getting any dex bonus. That's going to be
Okay.
good enough.
And in that case, he's going to take 4 points of damage. I know it's not a lot.
All
And if
right.
I'm allowed to move as well, I will move a little closer to there to engage him if he gets out.
So where?
Just closer to where he's crawling towards the edge of the entangle if he gets out. So,
Yeah, because the
Oh.
entangle is actually coming all the way down to here.
closer to the other pit. Wait, which one's Cole?
This one.
Oh, this one right here? The one right close to where I'm at?
No.
That one. Okay, okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to be here. And I'm going to trust my capable dwarf friend to handle this other mook who's not entangled. Unless he wants to cast spells. I'm done.
All right, so this guy, let me roll a strength check. Oh, he is actually able to get himself out
Oh, okay.
and is going to attempt to. He's going to swing at you.
Okay.
Oh, rolled an 18 on the die.
That's a hit.
So, thankfully it's not a long sword. It looks more like a
Short sword.
some kind of falchion.
Oh, well, that's not good. Falchions are bigger.
Not falchion. What's the blade? Not
Scimitar?
scimitar.
Ah,
Um,
the weapon of the loser. Okay.
Yeah.
And druid.
5 points of damage.
Okay. Ugh. Okay.
This one rushes up to attack Thraskin.
Bring it.
And misses horribly, swings right over the dwarf. And is a little too terrified to be making short jokes right now. All right. So that was, I believe, everyone that was on 6.
6?
Oh,
Six.
no, skip 7.
Oh, 7. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Sal, will
First roll the
move-
damage on the ogre
Oh, yeah.
from your acid arrow.
No problem. So that is 4 plus 8 more points on the ogre.
Wow.
The ogre takes a few steps. You hear a grumbled moan, and then a loud thud as he falls.
You
Fantastic.
took him down.
Wonderful.
Nice guys.
Wonderful.
Nice job, guys. I mean,
You didn't even have to
yeah,
get
nice
near him.
guys.
Nice. We're
Like
real
Amundo.
nice.
If Lagamundo weren't smarting, yeah, he looks up with a bloodied mouth and says, "Remind me not to fuck with you guys."
two casters can make a lot of things happen. Let me tell you.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So now
I never thought that we would be the ones to take down the ogre.
the ogre, seriously. Sal will move his distance, so 15 feet to get in line of sight of Cole. So I don't know if Rob, is there a possibility to be able to do that?
Yeah, you can see Cole from here.
Okay, good. And then he's gonna shoot his last acid arrow at Cole.
Fantastic.
All right.
We need him alive.
Yeah.
We need him alive, though, right?
Yeah, we're just gonna hurt him a little bit first.
There's a 50 gold difference between having him alive and having him dead.
Or
Oh.
scarred from acid.
He hasn't yelled surrender, so
So that's 17.
17?
Yeah.
That's gonna hit.
Okay. And then it's 2d4. That's 1 plus 3 points of damage.
Yeah, he shrieks, "No! Ah! Birds! Birds! Stop! Stop! All right! Enough! I've had enough."
oh,
That
is
sounds
that
like
enough,
surrender.
has he?
And you see his hand go up, and something drops from his hand, and then both of his hands are up.
What about your men?
As soon as they see him surrender, they just toss their weapons to the side. It's like, yep, nope, we don't need this.
That's another victory for the Sundered Shield.
Yes, indeed. So I will remind me of this. What you can put as far as things you find. One thing that you did find, the thing that he dropped, so I don't forget. Asher, if you want to mark this down, I got to go figure out what the rest of the stuff that they have is.
Okay.
But it was a wand of magic missiles, which you were about to become the recipient of if he had gotten to attack.
How many charges and how many and at what level? Is it just like single shots?
I have to see if does it have.
I mean, it has charges. I just don't know.
Right, I'll have to look at that.
Okay.
It has 15 charge. I'm giving it 15 charges,
Okay.
but
so
I have to
it's
see at
probably
what level those are cast.
Okay. Noted.
And there's going to be there will be some other stuff, but there's going to be some things to choose from because they've been raiding for quite a while. So let's wrap up this with a bow for a bit in terms of aftermath. Things that happen is you're able to get them all back to the city and end up bringing them all the way back to Ragby. You find out in the days to follow that Cole is apparently being sent to the capital for questioning, though it's not clear why.
To Realmord?
Yes,
I mean, Realmod?
he's being sent to the capital for questioning, though it's not clear why. The rest of the raiders are all tried and summarily executed because of the great damage that they've done. You each get the 250 gold plus the 50 extra, so that is 600, or not 600. That is 60 gold each for each of you.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
That
that's just from the person. What do you call it? The reward money.
Yep.
You now have further friends and contacts within the city of Ragby, the city of Felton, and and beyond. So you're gaining some notoriety for yourself.
Ragby, Felton, and amongst the Knights of
as
the
well-
Eventide.
Yes. So yeah, Reginald is definitely a contact. There will be. I can promise you that Reginald in some form or fashion, as well as his squires will be returning in the future.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Um,
Excellent.
Because his granddaughter was kind of cute.
Not creepy at all. No.
Yeah,
not-
I know.
Oh boy. I want to thank everyone who's been hanging out with us today. Thank you so much for joining us on this adventure. Thank you to my players for joining me for another session. Again, a reminder that I will be running 3 sessions for the week before the St. Jude's fundraiser, so that we can get a head start on it. I am looking for players. If you are in my Discord, send me, or you have me as a friend on Discord, send me a DM. To my players here, you are welcome, obviously, to join in any of those 3 games. You may actually get to adventure with other people, depending on when you're available. You
Yep.
do not have to go as one group. You're going to be, you're now like some of the more veteran types in the guild, so you might have some newbies with you.
That's cool.
Nice.
So
Awesome.
just to remind everybody and to remind me, because I didn't capture it all, the sessions are 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday on the 27th, right?
Yes.
And 6 and 10 p.m. also that day.
6 p.m. to 10 p.m. that day.
6 p.m. to 10 p.m. that day. And what time on Sunday the 28th?
3 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Sunday
those-
the 28th?
Yes.
And that's of January?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, January. I was
January.
like, okay, I was thinking February. Okay. All right.
Yeah, no,
that
because
sounds,
the fundraiser is normally like the 3rd week of February. They needed to move it for scheduling reasons, and it happens to be while I'm on vacation, so I can't do anything for it while it's happening. So I'm doing it ahead of time. I'm going to do kind of like a kickoff, 3 kickoff adventures. And as I mentioned before, for those of you who are not here, I will be matching the first $3,500 in donations over the course of that weekend. I will have details as to how to, basically make it clear that your donation was as due to the games. And if we do hit that $3,500 total, that $3,500 mark, I will donate an extra 4,000, not 4,000, an extra 500 to make it a
I was
3 or
about to
4,000.
say, wow, you're
Yeah,
going crazy.
Yeah, I'm going hog wild here. No, I will be doing an
That's
extra
still a
$500. So
lot. Wow.
so that would be $3,500 plus 4,000 from me. So if we hit that number, and we can go above that number, it's just I'm not going matching beyond that. If we hit that
More
number,
than
it will be at
generous.
least
More than generous.
it'll be at least $7,500 for the campaign. We're looking to break 25,000 and change. I don't remember what the exact number is, but we're looking to beat last year's number. So I hope you will join us. More details to come. Join the Discord. We've got Friday Night Crusades in the Discord every Friday at 8 p.m. to Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern. It is run by Siglin, who you can see in the Twitch channel. You're more than welcome to listen in, create a character, join us. It's pretty. It is a very, very just pure Discord game. There's no video, no nothing. You just need to be able to listen in and talk.
Actually, we used Owlbear Rodeo yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean Owlbear Rodeo, but it's not. The requirements for are absolutely minimal. You do not need to be there every week. You do not need to be on time every week, and you do not need to stay for the full session every week. It's basically when you can be there, join in, and have a go. It's a lot of fun. So with that, let me see. Do we have who is around that we can raid? Because I don't even know who's on.
Yeah, the only person I know is Dungeon Alchemist, and I don't know that they need it.
All Dragon is doing Spelljammer.
Oh, there you go.
All dragons, yeah, all dragons. That'll work. All right, so hang tight, please. We are going to be raiding into All Dragon. And again, thank you everyone. Thank you for Guild Superior for the raid. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you to Roger to also resubscribed, and I think there's at least one other person who resubscribed in there that I'm forgetting. But I will set up the raid.
And I have absolutely no idea what a raid is or what I'm supposed to do.
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
That's the
Enjoy the
beauty of
ride.
it.
just hang tight.
Just don't
Just
disconnect.
keep your browser open.
Okay.
Basically.
Thank you again, Rob. That was fantastic.
Yes, indeed. Tons of fun.
And thank you all for being patient with me. I don't have digital donuts to give you for not being here the last time I should have been.
No,
And the name you were looking for who resubscribed again was Roger.
Oh, there you go.
All right, raid is set. And let's see how many people we're going to be sending to. Oh, we got 18. Looking good, looking good. 18 viewers. Rating in 3, 2, 1. See you on the flip side, everyone.
Thanks, Robert.
yep.
Thank you all. Definitely thank you all. That was fun.